Yeah, nice. Hello, stream. Reanimal, now available. I wanna play this. This is interesting for me. Hold on. Why doesn't it remember my age? What's going on? I hate when Steam does it. Reanimal. The creation of Little Nightmares. Okay, I lost my interest. I'm chill though. I'm chill. Mahoyo, 22.5 hours. And you like 30% through. Okay. Chapter 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 7, 8. Because there's 12 chapters, but there's 12 hidden achievements. What? Chapter 13. Okay, there is secret 13th chapter. Extra. Okay, so there is a lot of extras. I see. Oh. 13 chapters. We are in chapter 6. Quick math. This is like halfway through, not counting all the extras. Okay. Holy shit. Today I'm not in the best. Hi Nero, hi. Today I'm not in the best physical condition. I'm really sleepy. I didn't get any sleep. So it's not gonna be exciting stream, unfortunately. Raging Loop on sale. Wow. Elbow Game is on sale. Devi is on sale. Katamari is on sale. Damn, Katamari 75% off. Holy shit. Thanks, Bandai Namco. Thanks. Oh yeah, Dark Souls is also on sale. Okay, we're not gonna go through Little Nightmares on sale. We're not gonna look at this. We're gonna close this Steam page. We're gonna close this, and we're gonna open mahoyo. And I'm gonna read mahoyo. I'm gonna water. Hold on. Go. Nice. Mahoyo. Do we care about the recap? I don't know. Let's not do a recap this time, and I'm gonna do a recap next time, because I don't think very much happened last time. I think almost nothing happened last time. So you can refer to the recap I did in the previous stream, I guess. How much did you sleep? Like 3 hours. And I also slept like an hour before the stream, which is, it's better than 3 hours. It's okay though, it's okay. Not like I would not stream today if I knew I could fall asleep again, but I cannot. So we have to wait till it's night. So might as well stream, Low energy stream is better than no stream at all. For it's okay. What is this? Huh? Wait. Didn't we see this before? Oh, maybe we didn't. The second day of exams ended. Okay, yeah. This is everything is chill. Did I not finish a chapter last time? Maybe I didn't. The second day of exams ended, and Sejiro was on his way back to the mansion. As one does. The road grew steeper and the woods thicker as he made his way up the familiar slope. Oh, he now shares the same way as Oko. People in town called it not a hill but a mountain, simply because it took over 20 minutes to climb. This did not sit well with Sejiro, for whom a mountain was something that could not be overcome so easily. The road was paved, for one thing. That's true. I love that he says that everything is not as bad as in the mountains. And a canopy overhead let in plenty of sunlight to guide the way. None of the inclines were especially steep, but no animals lurked in the underbrush. There was no chance of losing his way, no reason to worry about getting lost. Oh, he's in his coat. How sad. I'm still complaining. Jiro quietly reprimanded himself for getting so wrapped up in his own little world. In the past 2 weeks since moving here, he had been constantly comparing the town with the former mountain home. We know. Normally, he would not get upset over it, but in recent days, since meeting Naoko, as it happened, he had become rather hung up on the differences. The reason for this eluded him, but he knew that Naoko was a force that could not be stopped. This naturally made him want to quicken his own pace. The mansion where they both lived was the antipathy of their lively personality. The mansion where they both lived, here we go. It stood out like a sore thumb, even in a town like Misaki town. Some people said it was haunted. There were no ghosts per se, but it was inhabited by magicians, so their claims were closer to the truth than they could have possibly known. Speaking of which, I wonder, between ghosts and magicians, which would be more surprising? Magicians. I think magicians are more surprising. Ghosts are like, ooh, loud bike noises outside. Lost in contemplation as he was, the boy failed to notice how his own lack of familiarity with city life played into the equation. Jesus Christ, can this guy chill? Oh my god, there's 2 of them. Okay, cool. In any case, none of his pondering... Okay, the one way. Sorry, in this case, none of his pondering changed what needed to be done. Tomorrow was the last day of exams. That meant he only had a little longer until Aloko stopped taking responsibility for his safety. If possible, today was going to be the day when the mansion's owner accepted his continued residence here. There? Here? There? Okay. Tajiro slipped between the trees, encircling the mansion, and walked down the naturally tree-lined avenue that led him to the front door. Okay, so I said I'm not gonna do a recap, but the purpose of all this is for Sujiro to go to Alice and have a talk to her, for her to accept him as a resident of the mansion. I think that's what happened last time. Here goes. Taking a deep breath, he stepped across the threshold. The drawing room was there where he expected to find Alice. There was nobody. However, he found himself face to face with his most unexpected scene. A few steps in, he arrived at a large foyer extended from the manor's entrance. But one thing was clearly out of place. The foyer of the mansion was like a hall in a medieval castle. It was illuminated by the cold winter sun casting down through the skylight. Oh, it's a really cold skylight, unaided by the artificial light. Oh, she's here. I see her. The wooden tiles smelled of the outdoors. Oh! Look at her! It's so cute. And there was Alice, dressed in all black. It's actually blue. Why are they trying to lie to me? Huddled against a column so enormous it resembled a sharply cornered tree trunk. Okay. That's a nice one. The mansion was quite literally supporting her frail body. Show me the full illustration! Like a mother's library or a gently rocking cradle. The heavy atmosphere within the old building suppressed even the slightest stir, almost as if warding away any disturbance to her slumber. Oh, so cute. Damn. She looks so nice. In her cute dress, there she slept in the shadows of home. Hidden away from outsiders, her sleeping figure was enough to mesmerize anyone who laid eyes upon her. Tajiro instinctively looked up at the ceiling out of sheer awkwardness. He wanted to surprise her, but not in this way. Her slender frame lay asleep by the fireplace. What is she doing? And she, on the dirty floor and all that. The scene was beautiful as the painting, yet hard on his heart at the same time. Her slumber seemed breathless. She was too still, with not even a hint of movement. Oh, she's dead. Hunger killed her. And yet, slumped against that frigid column under a cold winter sky, happiness appeared to be her blanket. A passerby would not be blamed for thinking she was in the most peaceful state of eternal slumber, death. Maris was chill. She's okay. She must be pretty cold. Sujiro spoke to himself as he gazed oddly upon her. Fire up the fireplace! You can do it! Bringing her a blanket or something warm did not so much as cross the boy's mind. Okay. Instead, there is sound. The first thing he thought to do was to go prepare some tea. Okay. He made sure to be as quiet as possible as he opened the drawing room door. On a table waiting for him were 3 pills. They were the medicine Oak required him to take every day when he arrived home. Gulping down the vaguely sweet pills. Not a poison, by the way. Sorry, gulp gulp. He selected the box of tea from among the menu in the cabinet and brewed enough for 2 people. Alice was still asleep when he returned to the fire. Careful not to make any noise, he crouched close to the ground. He was startled by how cold the floor felt through his pants. Okay. And dirty. Cold and dirty? I mean, here's literal carpet. Just sit on the carpet. And I see a thingy. How's it called? Not a battery. Why do I want to say that this is a battery? Okay, we're googling the word. My bad. Hold on. I don't have Google Translate in my quick tabs. That's crazy. I'm going to freak out. Radiator. Here we go. Radiator is right here. Is it not working? And a fireplace. Come on. And the sun? He was startled by how cold the floor felt through his pants. He thought it would be warmer here by the fireplace. But then again, he recalled how Oko had referred to it as a useless hole in the wall. This is likely the case, was that neither she nor Alice knew how to use it properly. Ooh, look at this finely rendered tea set. Ooh. After taking a teacup from the tray and placing one in front of each of them, Sujiro carefully pulled his textbook on classical literature from his satchel. Sujiro, what are you reading? Share with the class! I better get to work, or Awazaki will get mad at me again. You could still see her angry face from this morning. The reason for her anger was still as much as a mystery as the usual look he saw briefly come across her face. She's so nice. She's so cute. In any case, one thing was certain. He needed to start studying for tomorrow. Thanks to Oko's instruction, today's exam went well enough, but tomorrow's would be an even more formidable challenge. After how angry she was this morning, he could not expect her to help him again tomorrow. Which means I'll probably do poorly and then she'll get mad at me again. Not that my grades have anything to do with her in the first place. Are you talking out loud, my guy? He complained under his breath as he cracked open his textbook. Apparently, he intended to spend his time in this fashion until Alice finally awoke. The sound of a page turning was only audible noise in the grand hall. This is weird. Really? Isn't he gonna get cold when she wakes up? Didn't this already happen in this VN before? There was no ticking of clock or rustling of leaves to disturb his sleep. Just use a blanket, man, come on. After a few hours, Sujiro quietly rose to his feet. At least give her your jacket. The light that filled the foyer was beginning to turn from white to red. Time to go to work. Damn, is she dead? He glanced again at Alice as he stretched his stiff back. She slept in perfect stillness, just as she had the entire time. At some point she started pretending. Sujiro arched his brow in speculation. He had no idea what her normal sleeping schedule was like, so he had no idea as to whether he should wake her. Oh my god. The prediction of characters being sleepy? Sorry, never mind. Ozaki will be home soon anyway. She'll be fine. What's this? What's this in the corner? Behind me. As if reaching the end of a long train of thought, Sujiro gave a quick nod to his head and took his leave of the mansion. Today, work was a shift at the Chinese restaurant in Misaki's shopping district, the Mad Bear. Nice. Are we gonna see Toko again? Probably not. Their uniforms had been made by someone with an obvious preference for garish colors. The orange apron was emblazoned? Emblazoned with a cartoonish polar bear slashing a walk in two with his powerful claws. Nice. The design resembled warning signs about wild animals seen in the mountains and stood out in Misaki for its one-of-a-kind originality. This was the Chinese restaurant, the Mad Bear, okay. Aside from its name and logo, the restaurant was a type of cheap hole-in-the-wall dive that could be found anywhere. It faced competition from ever-increasing number of chain restaurants, though it had managed to last longer than other dining spots, having received rare reviews on a regular basis. Rave reviews? Question mark? The Mad Bear prioritizing the personal touch, focusing on its local client... Elle? Thus made a point to offer home delivery. It had earned the affectionate Montier QKS, the quick killer stop. Making these deliveries was Sujiro's responsibility for the time being. Places in Misaki within cycling distance fell under his domain. Anything beyond that handled by a more experienced staff member on a legendary 50cc King Salmon motorbike. But anyway, you'll never guess what a body in Yashirogi told me. When delivery workers were not out on delivery, they spent their shift passing tables or washing dishes. The dinner rush was yet to come, and Sujiro and his fellow delivery boys were shooting the breeze while washing dishes in the back. It's starting 17 minutes in. So he immediately got this job on his first days in the town, while he still didn't know the town. I mean, he probably knows the town now. I mean, it is biking distance. What do they think biking distance is? I mean, I could bike for 40 minutes and get to like my grandma's place, but deliveries there cost a lot of money. Yo, Shizuki. I'm listening, Kinomi. I'm listening. I love this shade of yellow. It's pretty nice. The two were elbow deep in a giant sink as they enthusiastically scrubbed. At least this was what they pretended to do while they gossiped. He said it's not just a Japanese place, you know? Kenya? He heard Imperial Metropolis and Messiah for Misaki. He and Misaki got orders too. I mean, if you want that much meat, just go to Shitachi. Man, who the heck orders rare meat and entire salmon? I tell ya, there's some weird shit going at this place for real. Maybe they have a pet alligator or something. Ooh. Definitely never heard of an order like that before. What's an alligator? Nice. An alligator is an alligator, dude. You've never seen one? I mean, I've never actually seen one in real life either, but even I know what the alligator is. You know what? LNG might say the world's most terrifying animals episode in Africa. This was a familiar pattern of conversation between the two, especially how Kinomi was used to Sujiro's lack of general knowledge. Is this? Their banter was interrupted by the delivery phone. The manager snapped up the receiver and quickly jotted down the order and address. Once he hung up, everyone in the kitchen did their best to avoid making eye contact with him. Nobody wanted to go rushing out for delivery in such a cold day. Shizuki, this one's a little farther away, but I want you to handle it. Is it going to be a mansion? The manager singled Sujiro out for the task, seemingly unfazed by his staff's laziness. Ooh, here's an order, and it's an unusual one, so keep it to yourself, okay? The manager tore the sheet with order and address written on it from his memo pad. Sujiro took one look at it before a grimace quietly spread across his face. Manager? Huh? Boss? He said manager, excuse me? Come on, why? He said manager. Manager? This is manager, come on. Yeah? The manager, oh, now he's a manager, stared right back at him as if he could tell what it was he wanted to say. Look, I know what you're thinking, but I've been in this business a long time, and this is far from the strangest thing you've seen. It's no big deal. Now help me get the stuff from cold storage. Sejiro stared in admiration as the manager, dressed in black, marched out of the kitchen in his all-business way. Nowhere was free from the odd occurrence now and then. So not the mansion? Why would Sejiro be weirded out about delivering in the mansion? Aoko's home? You're late. It was after 10 at night. Sejiro had taken a small detour on his way home from work and now faced an outraged Aoko as expected. Oh, okay, so, seeing her visibly irritated made him feel a rush of relief. He did not know why she was angry, but he could tell it was a different type of anger than he saw earlier in the morning. Really? But it's only a little after 10. Did something happen, Aoki? Okay. He sat down on the cardboard box he'd been carrying in his arms and glanced toward the fireplace. The sleeping girl was there no more. What about cookies and tea? It's not only a little after 10. You arrived after curfew. You get no clue why I'm angry, do you? Just come with me to the drawing room. She walked briskly to the other room without pausing, leaving Sejiro standing in confusion, head tilted to one side. He proceeded to pick his box back up and follow after her eagerly. He removed his coat and hung it on the hanger as he entered the living room. Apparently today was one of those days where Alice kept herself locked away in her room. Oh, on the table there were familiar pills. It's probably my fault for not being more clear about this, but you need to come home on time. Your curfew exists for a reason. Oko handed him the pills and a glass of water with an expectant look on her face. But I already took the pills before I went out, and I feel fine anyway. I don't think I need any more pills today. Excuse me? You think this has anything to do with how you feel? Let's get real. These pills that you take every day when you come home, they're poison. Slow-acting poison. Mild, but this is such a cliche. Slow-acting poison. Mind? Typo? Question mark? Or can you say that poison is mind? And they take half of a day to kick in. If you don't take more pills before this happened, the older poison will kill you. This is how much rope Alice is willing to give you. Get it? So drink up. I'm enjoying this, just about as much as you are. And until I think of a way around this, you're going to have to deal with it. Maybe I misheard you for a second. Did you say that these pills I've been taking this whole time are actually bad for me? No, they're not bad, Sejiro, in small portions. I mean, he wouldn't know it. Would he? It's annoying how little we know about Sejiro. Does Sejiro have a concept of human language? I mean, he does, right? But how doesn't he know at least about poison? Sejiro took the pills from her and gulped it down. The fact that it was poison gave him no pause at all. Nothing compared to the mountain. For your roommate's tyrannical behavior, he showed no signs of standing up to it. Using poison to cancel poison, you two are really taking the old-fashioned approach, huh? Sejiro's face relaxed into a smile upon finding the funny side of the situation. Eko was utterly dumbfounded as to how he could be happy at a time like this. I was running late on the way home because I dropped by an old apartment to get all my stuff. You could have tried calling me if it was such a big deal, you know? New stuff? Wait, is this everything? Sejiro nodded empathetically as she pointed incredulously at the cardboard box in his hands. It's stupid to pay rent when I don't even live here, so I thought I should move. Oh my god, he mentioned rent! So I thought I should move everything out, but I arranged it so I can go back at any time within the next 3 months. Rent? Oh right! How could I forget? I'm sure Alice will be thrilled to hear about this. Smile blossomed across your face, as they say. It was the open, block-faced look of a child who just came up with a mischievous plan. No, no. Sejiro shook with fear as he thought of what the smile might bring his way.
けどずいぶん少ないのね、荷物。
You sure don't have much. That one cardboard box contains all your worldly possessions? This is a lot for me. Is Alice upstairs? Just went to her room. Although she stayed at the dinner table longer than usual, I guess she got tired of waiting. Oh, she was waiting. She gives Sejiro a meaningful look while continuing to smile that sinister smile. She got tired of waiting? For what? Imagine she wanted to punish her or decide to use the last of her fortune. She started sentence with the end of the English sentence. Isn't this funny? Blue calico. Blue cat? No way. Why do I know this name? I think fortune is that brand tea I used. It sure is, to be honest. Even I was shocked when I first walked in. I know how she falls asleep all over the mansion, but I never seen her prepare tea first. I woke her up to see if she was okay, and she was just as surprised as I was. I couldn't imagine who would do such a thing. Jiro clapped his hands together as if remembering something important. He had forgotten to clean up the tea before leaving. The regret written from the forehead to chin delighted Aoko immensely. I see. How mad was she? Pretty mad. Robin was all flutter about it too. Well, I'm mad at myself too, if that helps. I can't believe I forgot to take them back to the kitchen. Jiro harshly scolded himself for his failure. This is not what she means. No, dummy. She mad because you sat and watched her sleep. Okay. Oh, I didn't think she would mind all that much. Yeah, me neither. Well, we do mind when you watch us sleep, just so you know. Because glare was enough to make glass shatter. There was indescribable intensity in the way she said that. You mean it's a personal pet peeve for you and us? No, it's common sense. If you go around assuming that people feel the same way as you, you're asking for trouble. But isn't it kind of her fault for falling asleep in a foyer in the first place? It would be stranger if I saw her like that and didn't want to look out for her. Look, I appreciate that's what you thought, but you just have to understand that that's how the lady of the house is. While you live here, responsibility for any and all mistakes or bad judgment on your part will be laid on your feet and your feet alone. Now pay rent. Do you get what I'm trying to say here? This question sent Sejiro into a trance of deep thought until finally he uttered. Those ladies are so stupid. In other words, I'm in Alice's kingdom now? Yes, congratulations. Although technically this kingdom belonged to both me and her, which means what we say goes. She smiled as she spoke and plopped herself down on the sofa. Sejiro remained standing behind the sofa opposite her as he ran over their conversation again and again in his head. The notion of this being their kingdom made him realize he actually had no idea where the girls had come from or their family's background. Where are your parents, Aozaki? Good question. He inadvertently blurted out, this being the question foremost on his mind. They're alive and well, their own place in Tokawa. 4 stops from Misaki. I learned everything I know from my grandfather, who retired now and lives with them. Oh, he's not even dead? I thought he's dead. Okay. Huh. Sounds like a pretty normal family. Sejiro had imagined something more outrageous for a family of magicians. Sure, as far as my parents go, my father sucked as a mage. My grandfather says it skipped the generation, so it can double the power. But I'm not so sure about that. Okay, machine gun girl. I think Alice is more of a type of family you're imagining. She's from England, you know? Yep, we know. Oko offered nothing more, as if to suggest that was as far as she was willing to reveal for now. Is she from England? Is she? Sejiro had insisted on talking to Alice directly rather than hearing things secondhand, so chose not to go back on his word by pushing the topic further. Ask you if you want to know more. Now you know why she loves English blends of tea so much. No, he doesn't. Speaking of which, why did you use tea leaves today of all days? You shouldn't stack tea bags. But you said the leaves taste better, and also that Alice is speaking about your tea. Rocco was momentarily at a loss of words. He seemed so oblivious most of the time, but apparently he was attentive for some details, at least selectively.
ま、いいわ。
Just forget it. Anyway,
それよ
I
り
think
明
you
日
can
の
make
放
it
課
home
だ
by
けど
yourself tomorrow.
年明けの行事
I
がある
accepted
ん
my
だけど
proposal for a
その場
mochi
しのぎ
making
でさ
festival
落ち
in
着
the
き
new
たいから
year,
どっち
so
が
I'll
い
be
いさ
pretty busy with that. Sejiro is so stupid looking. I really like him. Sejiro nodded in acceptance. In fact, he had already been planning to do so before she even asked.
それはいいけど
I'll be fine, but
体
what
は
about
大丈夫
you?
か
You haven't
尾
even
崎
slept since yesterday.
夕方に3時間ちょい
Oh, I
仮
took
眠
a
を取ったか
quick
ら調子
3-hour
はいい
nap
わ
earlier. I'll be fine. Oh my god, nobody's sleeping in this.
そういうあんたこそ
What
体は
about you
持
for
つん
that
でしょう
matter? I
ね
hope you didn't forget about our session tonight. She meant the all-night cramming session, of course. Needless to say, Sejiro was more than likely to struggle, given that he, too, had not slept a wink. All he could do was give a relieved smile. He thought back to the days just after he transferred here, when she watched his every move from the sidelines and showed a staring amount of concern for him.
いいよ
I didn't forget. Besides, it's tougher on you than me,
家
Ozaki.
中
I'm
の
still
礼は
glad to
あ
be
りがたく受
your
け取っておくとしよ
expectation? Exception among exceptions, my bad. His cheery response grated on her just a little.
あんた
Oh,
くだらないこと
remember
だけは
this,
しつ
CJ?
こく覚えてる
Wow, you managed to forget everything except the most irritating little details, don't you? She heaved her shoulders in exaggeration and dropped her head as an excuse to look away from the beaming smile on his face. Yep. The following day, the last day of finals, and ended without a hitch. That final December hurdle was finally a thing of the past. For all but one student, that is. No, to Sejiro, the greatest challenge was yet to come. Huh? He bid farewell to his classmates, all jittery with excitement for the last day of term, and headed into the Shiro Inuzuka woods. The road home was no different than yesterday, like he was reliving yet another day striding up that hill. Yet today, there was a fierce determination in his steps. Today was his last chance, and he wanted nothing more than to talk to the girl. The girl. He did not care if she was cruel for him or ignored him, nor whether Ayako was being truthful when she said she could trap him in the mirror, land or something like this. All he really cared about was having the chance to speak with her face to face. But nothing is ever that simple. To tell the truth, what he found upon finally entering the mansion was not wholly unexpected.
う
Again,
よく寝る子だな本当
she sure sleeps a lot. CGI is so good you have to look it twice. CGI. The deja vu he was experiencing made him dizzy. Faced with an exact reenactment of the previous day, he could not help but blurt out what he was thinking. Alice was sleeping by the fireplace, just as she had done yesterday. She does it on purpose. The way her legs dropped to one side resembled those of a princess in a children's book. She looked more comfortable than she had the day before. Miraculously, he had a rare flash of insight that enabled him to read the situation more clearly.
飛び丸は一人何をしているんだろう
What could Tobimaru be doing at school on his own? Question mark? What? Upon glancing back at the entrance, he made his decision, took a deep breath, and rolled up his sleeves. If the day was reenactment of yesterday, then he supposed he would play along with the idea. Sejiro moved his shoes and headed for the kitchen. Removed his shoes. Okay, he's Japanese too. Only Alice walks in her dirty shoes in the house. Sorry. Oh, I love that they actually have like a little foyer in here. Like a little corridor before foyer. Oh, it looks like a museum. This is so nice. Nice house. He was off to prepare another ill-fated pot of tea. Pot of greed. Since she was angry about him using her precious fortune. Fortune? Is this real? Very fun. Ooh. Oh, it is real. Pronunciation.
Fauchan.
Bao-chan? Really?
Fauchan.
Bao-chan. Sounds weird. Bao-chan. Cheese. Tea. Tea. Uh-oh. Well, we cannot look at the prices. Can we? Amazon? No cost? Cool. Luxury tea. Oh. Doesn't drinking freaking luxury teas. Oh, it's like in this metal box. I love those boxes for teas. Ew. They have like fachan in the bags. I hate tea in the bags. Sorry. Do you want to see a metal tea thingy? Uh-oh. What is this? Okay, hold on. Damn. The website. It's not how it's supposed to work. What about an image? Copy image. Oh, I cannot paste images in my OBS. It pisses me off. Okay, we learned the lesson today. Never click and drag the image anywhere. Oh my god, it's also in WebP. WebP doesn't read by OBS, is it? Oh, it does. See, I love those metal bags. Metal boxes for tea. Those are awesome. Damn. Teas are very expensive. Like overall, not just this specific type of tea, but like, oh, teas are so expensive, man. I think the tea that I'm drinking is gonna get so expensive that we could not afford it anymore. That's how crazy it gets. Oh, it's so upsetting. Sorry, since she was angry about him using her precious Fauchan, this time he turned to Jacken's fruit and herb brew. Nice. Sadly, this was about as much as Sujiro could manage to amend his behavior. He had failed to realize that this was not the brand of tea that had landed him in hot water, but rather his incorrect brewing method. Okay, Shinkumanch. After filling the pot with tea, he carried it back to the foyer. His breath was visible in the cold air. In the cold air? And she sleeps on the floor? She's dumb. She sat himself down by the fireplace. At least work out the fireplace or something. This would be crazy to do. Sojiro took a sip from a fruity tea he prepared for himself and pulled his textbook from his bag. I mean, he didn't exactly like sit here and watch her, right? Exams were over now, but he had been instructed to take extra classes for the subject from day one of school, quite inevitable. The foyer was warmer than the outside, but still far from comfortable. It was enough to make anyone yearn for some source of warmth. Sujiro dove into his electronics textbook in a winter-chilled hall. sorry. The class was not very popular, which is why it had been recommended to him in the first place. That fact that everyone who took it started on equal footing made it more appealing to him than other classes. Aozaki was right. He downed the rest of the tea, having no appreciation for this flavor, and refilled his cup. The tea was still warm since the ceramic teapot had excellent heat retention. I can't seem to remember anything that's written down. Poor guy. He weakly recalled the conversation as his eyes advanced across the page. The lack of lighting in the foyer was forcing him to rely on illumination from the skylight. People. The light cut into the room as a diagonal angle in such a way as to divide the foyer into light and dark areas with the fireplace in shadow. False information? Okay. The room resembled ancient ruins covered in ash. Holy shit, look how tall the ceiling here is. That's crazy. Oh, and also there is an... Oh, I get it. Okay, I understand. The room resembled ancient ruins covered in ash, or perhaps the quiet, forgotten world of a faded fairy tale. Time slipped on by within the white walls of this room, hidden away from the sun. The minutes passed slowly for some time until the sound of a textbook slamming shut brought the room back to reality. Sejuro stretched his stiff back and eagerly got started on cleaning up. He put his textbook back in the bag, placed his cup on a tray, leaving Alice sitting in front of her on the
バ
floor.
イトの時間だ。
Well, time to go to work, he said unceremoniously. He spoke as if to convince himself that he had no other choice as he prepared to leave the sleepy foyer behind. But before he could, a sound behind him stopped in his tracks. Oh, she woke up! He turned around with his bag under his arm and trained his hands, so as not to cause even a ripple in her teacup. He greeted her.
Yeah.
Hey. In a light, easygoing manner. She remained seated next to the fireplace like a black-eyed sleeping beauty. Her face was still as a statue, almost no different than it had been in slumber. Looking at Alice now, he realized just how different she and Naoko really were. Aiko communicated her feelings openly, even if she never could quite tell where they came from. Her trademark expression of irritation would keep him guessing as to the reason she was angry, but to her credit, her normal state was always clear. Meow. Alice, on the other hand, was completely unreadable. She might be angry, or then again sad. He would not tell either way.
何のつもり？
What do you think you're doing? It's... okay. The question gave him a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. He could not decide whether it was animosity or perplexity that he heard in her voice. I think it translated in a way that doesn't reflect what it says here. Like, I think when you say what do you think you're doing, it's kinda... It's a bit aggressive? Like... In the former, this was likely to turn into a replay of their interaction from the other night. An image of the shattered battle sprang to his mind. Sejuro knew his response would be extremely important, and after struggling for a few moments, he finally worked up the courage to say something. Just not the correct thing, unfortunately.
そうだな。一口じゃ説明できないから。
Right, about that. I'll take a while to explain, so let me just have a seat first. He had no idea what the correct approach would be, so he simply did whatever came to his mind instead. She gave him no response. Her face said that she detested his presence, but he plowed ahead regardless. Sejuro took a seat and set down the tray once more. Their eyes met. Her inscrutable gaze was enough to turn most people away, but not Sejuro. But the target of her animosity appeared not to notice it at all.
それで
Yes?
遅くなったけど。
Well, I guess I should have done it a long time ago, but I've been wanting to talk to you about something, Alice. Despite having suggested that it would take time to explain, he managed to sound things out succinctly. Love this word, succinct. It's pretty nice.
私と
Me?
会うことではなく
Naroko?
ん？そうだね。
Well, I have lots to talk to Ozaki about. In fact, I think all three of us should sit down at some point. Let's find yourself out of kilter. Unable to read his true intentions. Sejuro continued on, failing to notice her bewilderment.
青崎は普段
Ozaki
から
said,
アリスと
you
は
two
会話が
rarely
ないって
speak
いう
to each
から。
other. I'd feel bad if that's
それが
because
俺
of
のせいな
me,
の
but
かも
I'd
しれ
feel
ない。
even worse if it
せっ
isn't.
かく同じ場所に
It's
いる
sad
の
that
に
we live
会話が
together
ない。
but never talk. Each word he spoke was heavy with emotion. Alice remained utterly unable to discern the boy's intentions. All she could parse was that there was something he wanted from her. But what could that be? What she found even stranger was that he was not speaking to her from a place of
あ
fear.
なたは 私が怖くないの？
Aren't you afraid of me?
あ
No, I don't know enough about you to be scared of you, to tell the truth. Your gleaming eyes looked like they were made of polished quartz. His response was not being what she expected. He spoke with pure honesty and unfettered truth. Such boldness, however, did not actually upset her. The conversation ground to a halt. You could even call it a conversation in the first place. What? You wanted to talk to your dog? Alice grew tense, as if displayed by the strangely comfortable moment of silence between them. Sejiro endured her cold stare, showing no signs of flinching.
話
Dog.
私と
You said you
話を
wanted to
したい
talk to me,
なら
so
好き
be
に
my
していい
guest. What the topic you like. It was more a challenge than an invitation. He had neither a topic in hand nor they were intimate enough to strike up a casual conversation. Nonetheless, her challenge hung in the air, waiting for a response.
じゃああの鳥の話を
Well, what about this bird? The blue one over
たま
there.
に見かけるんだけど
See it around now and
君の
then.
飼い鳥か
Is it your pet?
それともほら
Or is it one of
なん
those,
て言ったかな
what they're called,
黒い
ploys? A magical
Oh, no.
familiar. Your eyes let slip for a moment in a very natural response. Your eyes let slip for a moment, a very natural response. It was annoyance, such as that which one might feel towards a troublemaker.
あれもプロイだ
Yeah, it's a ploy.
私とは
But this
何
stupid
の関
bird
係
isn't
もない
mine. It lived here longer than I have, and I'm afraid I don't know much about it. Ooh, evil bird! The bird is a
じゃあ
secret
勝手
villain.
に住んでるのこの家に
It's snowing now, holy shit. Sorry, it always distracts me. You mean he just decided to live here on their own free will?
勝手になんて
Of course not. I would never
私は
allow such a
ロビ
thing.
ンは本当に
Robin's
役に
useless,
立た
but
な
I
い
inherited it from my mother. As
あんなの
such,
で
I
も
permitted to
母が
continue
入れ
living
てくれた
here,
ものだから
despite its constant failures and
失敗
shortcomings.
続きでも
What the fuck? She's so mean to the
そっ
bird.
か
I
安
see.
心した
That's a relief.
Go
He was
on,
thinking I'm the only
Yeah,
useless
don't
one in the house. Okay. She turned away in silence to avoid looking at his hard-placed grin. This began Sejiro's very lengthy monologue. It started with his part-time job, then moved on to the school, next came the amusement park and random gossip around town, and last the subject of rent. No! Why did he talk about rent? He spent all of 20 minutes on mindless small talk. And he ran out of things to say and finally stopped.
ごめん
Sorry,
アルバ
I'm
イ
gonna
トなんだ
clock soon, so
No,
I should get going. Insane. None of these people have any social skills at all. This is awesome. And that was that. After finally getting his long-awaited chance to talk to her, he fucked it up. He realized he had no exit plan in place. So he returned the tray to the kitchen, placed his bag in the foyer, and headed for the door. She had never seen the boy so candid, which was why, overcome with surprise, she found herself calling out to him.
待って
Wait. She had no reason to do so, and yet she called out anyway.
何
Yes, this is best Nasu protagonist ever.
その
But it is annoying that he's a protagonist. It's really annoying. Like, he doesn't deserve what he gets, but it is really funny. It's just...
今日はポットがあったけど
I saw the pot you used today.
うん
Oh.
昨日の反省点だったから
I wasn't going to make the same mistake as yesterday, but I guess I'm the only one who drank any today, so...
そう
Well,
そのポットはコーヒ
this
ーとの
pot is
兼用
normally
だ
used for coffee, so you shouldn't put tea leaves in it. Tsujiro's eyes grew wide with shock. Now he remembered that there had been all sorts of cups and teapots in the cupboard, each one specifically designed for a different type of
な
tea.
かなかに奥深い
Who knew there was so much to brew in tea?
かな
I guess a beginner like me shouldn't mess with things he doesn't understand, huh? But he still will. She let out a vexed sigh.
どうして
Why didn't you wake me? Either she had not heard what he said, or she had been waiting this whole time for a chance to ask him that. In any case, her question abruptly interrupted his stream of thought. He felt silent with introspection. The thought of waking her had not such as crossed his mind either that day or the previous one.
言って
Tell me,
起こす
Ita.
日も起きることも期待していなかったのはなぜ
The snowman, the snow. I love the snow. You didn't wake up. Did you expect me to just keep sleeping? Your eyes were filled with animosity. Lies were useless against such an all-piercing gaze. The setting sun transformed the foyer into a battle of life and death. No lies or deceptive answers would not be permitted. Amidst the palpable tension that filled the room, were any more wrong or otherwise were likely to get him killed. He felt pain rather than fear. Elsa's voice was icy cold, preemptively rejecting any response he was to give. The boy vaguely... Sorry, I keep thinking about it. Was the line that she said... Hold on, we're gonna find it. This one. What do you think you're doing?
つもり
In Japanese, she basically says, what are you doing? And I think this ooh, I can jump here. And I think this translation is make it like filled with animosity. So before, I kind of thought that this was kind of translated by like in-house Japanese people who didn't really know English, but at least they knew how the story should go in Japanese, so they tried their best to fill it with as much stuff from the original as possible, you know? Like, even though it's not the best translated, it's faithful and it's mindful of how it translates stuff. But I really don't think so now. It seems like some sort of third-party people that like this is really bad translation. Okay, it's not that bad. We still can understand the meaning of stuff, of like the overall story and yada yada yada, but it doesn't seem good at all or knowledgeable of what's going on. Kind of thoughtless. It's very unfortunate. Makes me wonder, right? How is it in the original? The boy vaguely. The point was Japanese viands also. Oh, it doesn't. It is in Nihongo. I could not translate anything to you. Oh. Well, shit. Also, look how much nicer the font is in Japanese versus how bad it is in English. Hold on. Yo, look how good it looks. 嘘もつまらない答えも要さない。何を口にしようと心臓をこう軽そうな雰囲気の中、ソジュロが叩いた感情は恐れより痛みだった。I'm sorry. This was impressive. I almost knew. I probably misread some kanjis, but I like knew every word in the sentence. 不思議とokay, 正直お引き whatever. 私と会うことで話くsorry. 何のつまり Oh, is this what she says? Oh, yeah. Yeah, here it is. She says, in other words, what are you saying? And here it says, antagonistic or hesitant. Sujiro couldn't, like, judge it. I can't read. It is nice. I love Japanese, man. But my Japanese skills are pretty bad, unfortunately, and I haven't been practicing at all in February. Been really busy with other stuff. Somebody will never learn Japanese, but that's okay. I should have read this on my own. I didn't know it had Japanese translation. I wanted to be like, I wanted to start yapping. Shit. This is end. This is return. This is the setting. Here we go. Get fucked. I'm so smart. Anyway, I wanted to tell you how usually when you buy visual novels on Steam, they wouldn't have Japanese language in it, which is so annoying. It's so annoying. You have to do a lot of stuff to run Japanese games. You have to emulate Japanese console sometimes, or you have to get a program that will emulate this for you. This is very annoying to set up sometimes, especially with older games. Older games is such a pain in the ass. And yeah, they always have localization issues with Japanese languages in their visual novels that they sell in the West. They have two versions, one that they sell in Japan and one they sell in the West. So it pisses me off. Yeah, Chinese also looks bad. This is yeah, look at this font, how nice it is. It's so annoying. Oh. This is simplified Chinese, and this is whatever the fuck this means, those two symbols means. What's the Chinese that's not simplified? Why couldn't both of those use the fancy font? The fuck? This is the same symbols. Okay. Maybe it's... I don't know. Let's not ask questions ever. Damn, how ugly. Anyway, sorry. The boy vaguely imagined a newborn chick that had fallen from the nest, struggling to survive on its own. It gasped, hanging... She had said... Tsumari. Okay, whatever. It gasped, hanging on the thread of hope, yet detesting where the thread hang? Lies or deceptive answer would not be permitted amidst the palpable tension that filled the room, where any more wrong or otherwise was likely to get him killed. He felt pain rather than fear. Do you really want to know? Glad to see you, Mr. T. What are we talking about? I lost it. Why didn't you wake me? I get it. I was not a sharp Fine, but it's not especially meaningful or anything. I just think it's rude to wake someone who's asleep. That's true. Oh, it pisses me off when people are inconsiderate to when you're sleeping and they're making loud noises. It's so annoying. You should never date a person who's inconsiderate to you sleeping. I have no time for jokes. This is the truth. I just thought that we should let you sleep. I really wanted to talk, but I decided to wait till the next time we saw each other. How sweet of you. That reminds me, Ako's protection over you ends today, doesn't it? This makes this your last chance to win me over. So, have you or have you not learned your lesson? He had not. He swore to her, agreed on her terms, and gone as far as to sit face to face with her to get to know her. Surely, he thought, this was enough to escape death. And she believed as a mage that his naive goodwill and simple-mindedness were all the reasons she needed to execute him. Trivial misunderstandings would only make things worse at this point. What lesson? What am I supposed to have learned? All this magic and magecraft stuff is way over my head. All I know is I've done everything you and Ozaki have asked from me. Then why? The gaze said that she really wanted to ask. She wanted to know why he did not beg for his life. Alice, what are you talking about? She knew the answer. She saw the look on his face when he turned to leave without so much as trying to wake her. A look of resignation. What on earth had it meant?
どうしてってそう言われても
No! What do you expect me to say? Did Sejiro really try to kill himself before? Does it sound teary, actually? What do you expect me to say? I thought it was if the opportunity didn't present itself, then so be it. And instead of sleeping again, I didn't know what to do. I'm not exactly the easiest person to approach, even Ozaki. No, Ozaki is a little different. Sejiro struggled to find the right words, but said what he was feeling in the moment anyway. He'd seen a sleeping witch in the woods who clearly needed someone's help, yet sought the help of no one.
そうでも
But here you are trying to approach me anyway, even though the opportunity never presented itself.
機会はやってきた
Oh,
よ
but it did. That's why I decided to do things my way today, even if nothing could go right to begin with.
しずきくんの言う通りなら
You talk as though you always expect me to reject you.
まあそこが難しいところ
Yeah,
なんだ
I
け
guess it's
ど
hard to explain. Sejiro glanced at the entrance. He had no reason to, so he just felt an urge to do
多
so.
分そこを解決したがってるのは
I doubt no one who would like to see the situation solved. Oh, said Alice. He muttered as if speaking to himself, but it was clearly meant for her to hear. Alice knew full well how poorly he understood the situation. All of this was one giant misunderstanding on his part. His tiny gesture of goodwill, pitiful and pure, resembled that of someone reaching out to help a dying kitten. For Alice, doing so would be akin of clutching the thorns of a rose. I don't understand what's going on. I don't get it. What the fuck else she wants for him? Like, I think his assessment of the situation is like as good as it gets. She felt pain in her chest for the first time in quite a while.
けど私はあなたの同居を認めてはいない
I still don't want you to mention. Well, he's gonna leave. He's not living here forever, lady. She addressed the floor at her feet to avoid showing him how she truly felt. If he had, he would have seen her face look just the way Oko said earlier.
だろうなそれはきっと今は解決できない問題だ
Somebody died? What is this about? It's hard to understand if it's like some leads to some events that happened before or just like weird translation. I'm sure you don't, and I doubt they'll change anytime
でもその
soon.
うち
But that doesn't
何
mean
かの
we
気まぐれ
can
で
work
あっさ
something
り終わ
out.
るものかも
It's
し
okay
れ
if you keep hating me in the meantime. Her gasp of breath was like a response in itself, to suggest she could keep hating him. She had one wish to hear those words so rarely, if only the once. Hmm.
大体だぞアリスだけじゃなく
I mean, you're not the only one. That goes to Ozaki too. I don't think she wants me here
だ
either.
から認めても
Expecting
ら
to
う
feel welcome would be a big mistake on my part. We're fundamentally different people, and that's never going to
とな
change.
ると
I just want you to tolerate me.
難しい
I
話
know
だ
it's
け
a
ど
lot to ask, but
一緒にい
if
ても
there's
邪
any
魔
way
に
I
ならない
could
ぐらい
live
なら
here without bothering you too much? Thinking that, of course. Thinking that, of course, it was possible, but if it were that easy, none of this could have been necessary in the first place. Alice nodded in agreement. There was no way he could have planned for things to work out this well. But his plan, in fact, had worked, and inadvertently, from the moment the conversation began.
例えばあなたが隣にいても眠っていられ
You
るぐらい
mean
に
so that I can sleep undisturbed even with you sitting right next to me? I mean, you're already
そう
doing
だね
it.
例え
Sure,
ばの話
why not? You mean Sejiro stood up and left the foyer. Alice did not stop him this time. He had the newfound spring in his step as he headed to work. But something gave him a moment's
実
pause.
際覗き見は趣味が悪いと思う
It's not nice to spy on people. What had you been doing when Alice was in the library? Remember that moment? He complained aloud to make sure certain someone heard him. No more than 2 minutes has passed since Jiro left the mansion, when a long-haired figure came creeping into the foyer. Okazaki has been just outside the entire time,
帰
eavesdropping.
ってたの。
Holy shit, Alice is dressed really long. When did you get home? With a sullen gaze, Alice addressed the interloper. Stop saying this. Otherwise, Nuka was shivering from head to toe after standing in the cold for so long. She deemed clothes an abomination and refused to wear them. Naoko? Okay. She deemed gloves an abomination and refused to wear them except in the most extreme cold. She's literally me. As a result, her slender fingers was pitifully swollen and red.
ちょっと前にね。
Poor lady, don't know, a while ago. Anyway, how did it go? You two were talking for so long. She looked strangely elated as she blew on her hands to warm them. Watch them, Oko. Alice was not fooled at all by Oko's facade, clear from the ill-tempered look she bore on her
あな
face.
たがここまで過保護とは思わなかっ
I
た。
never expected you to be so overprotective.
それ
But
とも
did you do it of stubbornness or obligation?
どっちかっていうと成り行きね。
Please, I was just going with the flow. But seriously, how did it go? You told me you resort to force if he made you mad. Alice's mood was growing darker and darker the longer she had to look at Aoko's cheerful posturing. They all went back to the dinner together the previous night. After everything that had happened in Foya, Alice was both more suspicious of and intrigued by Sejuro than ever before. She insisted that Aoko let him walk home alone the next day. She then used the concussion to fake his slumber and recreate the same scene as the previous day. You all such weirdos. The portion of your plan went well, but the rest had weird, totally off course. It's not help to know your roommate has savored every moment of it from the other side of the wall either. To make matters worse, Alice was frustrated at herself for letting such trivial matter bother her. She is sore loser, damn, it's so nice. I love her. She stared at the teacup still standing on the floor. Her pale finger traced its cold rim.
青子
Cold.
の言う通り。
As you said, she is harmless. For the time being, she forced the tone of a difference in order to hide her irritation with her apprentice. It was in the moment that Sejiro's fate was decided.
あら、それだけ。
Is this it?
アリス
You
に
were
しては
taken
長く
for
話
what
してたの
seemed
に。
like forever, talking. Relentless, Oko continued her line of questioning. Alice only stared back icily.
あなた。
Oko, I know you were eavesdropping. Eavesdropping. She voiced her displeasure at Oko's behavior in no uncertain terms. Suddenly, the air in the foyer felt cold as ice. It was already cold before. They stared at one another, each trying to guess the other's next move.
さすがね。
You guys are so annoying. So you did notice.
でも
This doesn't change anything about our deal. I hope it's clear. Oh, Is something really happened and you now like blame each other for the failure? Somebody died, somebody close to you both died? Something like this? And now you're repeating the history with Sejuro? Is this the plot? I don't know. Just throwing stuff in the wall and see what sticks. Love the coat. Very cute. Oko widened his stance and glared at Alice.
何も全て奪うとは言ってい
I'm
な
a
い。
reasonable person, Oko. It's
So-
fine with me if you take
Anata-
30%. Oh, they're talking about the rent. Oh my god. Guys, I hate you. Completely unperturbed by Oko's warlike posturing, a simple look was all Alice needed to keep her roommate in check.
銃が
Down
3
from
人だけ
all of it?
ちょ
Huh,
っと黙って
not
な
a chance.
高望みは命取り
Lie to hide, you may lose those wings, Oko. He's so dumb, it pisses me off, I love him. Alice remained calm and diligent, not moving a muscle. It felt like hours passed as the two stared at each other in silence. They piss me off. Bitch, you live in a mansion. Why are you stingy about money? Really? Do you really need it? Like, maybe Aoko does need it. And Alice is here just for, I forgot Alice's name, my bad. And Alice is here just to like rival you, but come on, you both rich, you both from rich families. Do you really not have enough money? It felt like hours passed as the two stared at each other in silence. Aoko was gritting her teeth in frustration. At this rate, their alliance would be in tatter before they even confronted their foe. And worst of all, she knew Alice had the upper hand. It's her mansion, after all. Cheapskate. Hako accepted her defeat with a fine. You get 60, I get 40. It pained her to settle for less. Alice nodded in satisfaction. 60-40? For you, just like not doing anything and being a freeloader in Alice's mansion? Come on, man. Very well, but I'm the head of the house, and you're the one who brought him here, so it's your job to collect rent. Fine. So, this sucks. I should have gone to alchemy instead, and all my problems will be solved. Not really. Not even alchemists taking me to market downturns. Alice spoke with the confidence of someone first-hand experience of such matters. First-hand experience of the market? Yet Hawk only nodded absent-mindedly in response. The bitter fight was over. How to split the take of Sejira's rent now that he was officially going to move in. And the most becoming quarrel for the pair of mages. Forcing your boy to leave with them and then demanding he pay rent was beyond exploitation. It was truly vicious. This is low-key awesome. Since we've been discussing this, I think since we're even discussing this, I assume that means you accepted his presence in the mansion? Like, was triumphantly satisfied with yourself? The only thing I accepted is my responsibility for not catching him with a bounded field in the park that night. I mean, it's not as if I can blame it all on you and your promise to him. Oh, that promise. Oko looked up at the ceiling as she recalled the night at the amusement park. Only a week at most had passed since then, but Oko already felt that Tajira's fate and her own fate become intrinsically linked. Or perhaps they had always been connected by the fate since the moment they met. She could not see into the future, so there was no way to knowing for sure. Destiny and fate aside, he's not a bad egg, besides being weird, I mean. Thought uttered to herself in self-confirmation more than to Alice. Alice could only look on in annoyance, perhaps in an attempt to voice her displeasure at her comment? Do you know about his injury, Alko? Injury? What injury? Quick, you check, hold on. Oh my god. Oh! Good job. I don't remember kanji for Kizo. Okay, hold on. We can write it in katakana ki. Zu. Oh. Where is it? I think...
Kizu.
Scratch, wound, damaged, scar, weak point, hurt. I think she means scar, not injury. Okay, whatever. Kizu. Injury? What injury? Alice raised her slender fingers to her mouth as if to push the words back in. She had blurted it out in the heat of a moment. Is she? A secret that no one else was supposed to know, but that which one couldn't keep to herself. Oko tilted her head in confusion. I see. Alice looked through. Alice is so a loser. I still like her though. Alice looked relieved for some reason. Is there anybody in this franchise who can keep a secret? Her sudden antipathy towards Oko had disappeared as well. Ignorance is bliss, I suppose. said Alice as she took a sip from her cold tea. She made no attempt to explain who was fortunate or why. A moment later, her beautiful face confronted in revulsion. This tea is shit. Yuck. She abandoned the cabin floor once more, her black dress unceremoniously scrunched up as she stood. Just one sip of underbrewed tea sent her fleeing into a drawing room to remove the bad taste from her mouth. As soon as she was gone, Alco hesitantly looked at the teacup in her own hands. It was almost certainly better left untasted, but she could not help but wonder how Sujiro's tea could arouse such strong response. After one small sip, she returned it quietly to the floor. Indirect kiss?
だからティーバッグにしろって言ったのに、あのバカ。
Yeah, he should have used the tea bags like I told him to, dummy. The expression in your face was nearly identical to that of your roommates. Yay! Is this the end? Yeah, it is! Are you for real? Nice. New book added to archive. Oh. Oh. Mantra. Yay, we're halfway through. Look at it. Early break? Yeah. Sorry. BRB. 5 minutes. Where is my audio? Here it is. BRB. iCloud terms and conditions. Nice. Anyway, mantra. Ooh. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Nice. Walking around the mansion at night often led to mysterious encounters. Absurd kind? Mist might suddenly fill the hallway. Or doors might appear and disappear. Just when Sujiro thought he had seen it all with a pig-shaped shadow was mending the carpet, he heard the sound of birds flapping coming from the sunroom. What's going on over there? As much as he had become accustomed to turning a blind eye to such occurrences, the sound of flapping wings in the sunroom was too much to ignore. And not just one bird, or even two, it sounded like a dozen. So many birds packed in the sunroom would inevitably lead to shattered windows and broken glass. Sujiro grabbed the broom and dashed towards the sound, prepared for the worst. Perhaps he was moved by his natural impulse to help, or desperate self-defense. His mind flashed to what teacher had said at school. Just make sure you have to keep your rooms orderly and clean. Work ethic and self-discipline will have a positive impact on your surrounding. Thinking about it, even in a nice neighborhood where there isn't much crime, it only takes one ill-kept house to send the whole block into a spiral of depravity. Okay, of course, we all know the messy rooms won't hurt you into a criminal, but it better not catch any of the breaking windows in the hallway you're doing. Going for a joyride on stolen motorcycle, think of all the pain you caused into your poor teacher. All the time school gangs had gathered a certain reputation among the youth. Broken windows led to broken hearts. Sujiro appreciated Fugazi lyric. Sujiro appreciated the basic message of a lecture as he ruminated over it. The thought of broken windows had given him a sense of urgency, as if the mansion's very moral foundations were at stake. His roommates were harsh enough with him already. Anything further would only lead the rampant rumors at school about their cruelty. He had to protect the honor of the student council president. He was also concerned with his own safety that sent him rushing to the sunroom. However... No? There wasn't a bird to be seen or a cheap chirp to be heard upon his arrival. Oh, hey. Only Alice and Oko, sipping afternoon tea at a table that overlooked the courtyard, were present. The dozen of birds Sujiro had sensed with his mountain intuition was nowhere to be seen. Did they even see a flock of birds? Alice? Who knows? If you can't see them, there must not be any birds. You heard her. No birds. Inayo, Toru. It was a lie so blatant, even Sujiro could see through it.
そんなバカな。
They're having so much fun. That can't be true. He knew for a fact he had heard the flopping of a flock of birds. Unable to act that there really were no wild animals in the room, Sejiro approached the window with suspicion. There were no feathers or any other sign of birds. Haven't been outside either.
夕食鳥鍋
Oh, right. Dinner. Chicken stew, was it? She said torinabe, but whatever. She said bird, nabe. Dude, I mean, you can translate it as stew, whatever. She says something like bird pot? Bird pot. Of course, Oko would say something like that as she watched Sejiro search desperately. Like, she's making fun of him. Why is it translated as chicken stew? I mean, it sounds more like this lack the nuance of what she's saying here. Like, did you not see the lines before? What are you? Is it ChatGPT translated it? It came out before the ChatGPT boom, but maybe like this lacks a tender touch of a person who gives a shit about the plot. Come on.
あいにく
Sorry,
今日の
I'm
バイト
working in
は
the fish
魚屋
place
さんだ。
tonight.
言わしてよけ
But
れ
you
ば
got your
人間
covered
す
if
る
you
が
want sardines.
イワシイワシ
Sardines.
か
Sardines,
あ
huh?
のパイ嫌いなのよね
I don't like sardine pie.
いえむしろイワシのパイとか食べたことないのよね
Not that I've ever had it. What are they talking about? August stand-up routine was far ahead of its time. The truck backed away from the window and begrudgingly left the sunroom. Feeling Alice's all too familiar inscrutable gaze upon his back.
なんだいアリ
What's up, Ali? Just as he opened his mouth to ask her what she wanted.
あいった
Ow! A blue comet. Blue comet? Crashed into his head. Blue comet? It needed no explanation. Could only be Robin, the mysterious bird that appeared frequently in the mansion. Robin hates men. Chirp, 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 it chirped accusingly. The truth was, the tiny aggressor that assaulted him just now was the greatest of the mansion's seven wonders. Sorry, can't talk a lot, but couldn't stop myself from having. Is that funny hurt? Really? The number one music BGM? Okay. Damn. Got summoned by the music instead of a literal blue comet mention. Crazy. Okay. Wait, I get distracted. The bird scene went nowhere. Okay, so Jiro encountered all sorts of people along his route to work. Still new to the city life, he found the crowds of people outside the station utterly fascinating, in fact. They were the Hunt's side of his commute. No two people wear exactly the same clothes or walked in the same fashion. With so many people, you would think they would all melt into an indistinguishable huddle, but each person he saw was different and unique. Sujiro was excited as a child as he looked out at the bustling, diverse street of a city.
いや
Stop it. Closing your eyes in shame, he sighed. Whoa. He was upset with himself for behaving like a bumping tourist from the countryside.
ちょっと青信号で突っ立ってられるの邪魔な
Hey,
んだ
you'll get in people's way
何
spacing out in
誰に
front of
も
the crosswalk like
誘われ
that.
てるんだか
Daydream somewhere else. A stern, familiar voice behind him snapped him out of his novel gazing. What's her deal?
なんだ
Let me guess. On your way to the Mad Bear?
ふん
Why shift to the convenience store that starts at 5? You?
同じく5時
Same. 5 o'clock start. Were you on your way somewhere else?
本屋に寄った帰
I
り
just stopped by a bookstore. I'm out of stuff to read, so I thought I'd look for something
仕
new.
方
Oh
な
my
く出
god.
歩いてたところよ
Look, that's how my brain works, okay? The second best thing would have been bossa nova jazz. Did somebody say jazz or similar effect? Okay. I'm out of stuff to read, so I thought I'd look for something new.
なるほど
I see. I guess we both have some time to spare. The girl who greeted him was Kojika Kumari. Oh, first time introduction! A work friend who was also in the same year at Misaki High. Though it would have been more accurate to say she was looking for a pretext to fight him rather than greet him. To Sujiro, Kumari had been the first person in the city he could look up to. They met at the first job, where she insisted he wasn't cut out to work at the register after many mistakes and convinced him to quit working at convenience stores altogether. Nice. In the end, she introduced him to the current job of a Chinese restaurant, the Mad Bear. Much better fit for Sojiro, is it? Look at all the worst wears, Shizuki. Mind your own face. I've never seen you so pouty. Usually, standing up straight is one thing you're good at. Something on your mind? Wait, are you getting bullied by the older guys at Mad Bear? You can tell me anything, you know? Wow, so cute and so responsible, though her tone was stern, her eyes were earnest. Having grown up in the city herself, she was irritated by virtually everything Sojiro said and did. Nevertheless, she still treated him like an equal. Whoa, what a good girl! Any other woman could never. Introducing him to his current job was just one example of her sincerity. No, nothing like that. It's just something strange happened. Something really unusual. The birds. Sojiro could not find the words to explain his situation, but that did not stop him from trying. There was no problem at Mad Bear to speak of. He liked it just as much as the other job at Owatatsu, the fishmongers in the shopping district. In fact, his problem has nothing to do with work at all. No, his problem was a certain blue bird that would not stop pecking at him recently. You're getting pecked by a bird? Wow, and here I was thinking the world had ended. It is pretty unusual for a bird to be blue, I guess. No, it's not, but sure. And it's not the only thing unusual about it. He stopped unsure of how to proceed. Words alone. What a background. Were not enough to convey the bird's plump body or the sound of it chirping. There is a beautifully colored bird called the mountain bluebird, but they're not native to Japan. Maybe it's the blue swallow? Oh my god, she's also into birds? She's awesome. No, it's more rounded than swallow. I tried to look it up in a bird book, and the closest thing I found was a robin. Yeah, but robins aren't blue. You know blue chicks they have at fairs in the city? Of course you don't, why would you? Just forget it. Anyway, this robin, is it the only one? Yeah, there is only one. It doesn't seem to have a mate. Well, if it's the only one of its kind, then I kind of feel sorry for it. Imagine being the last one of your kind since the day you were born. Talk about lonely. I have no idea what species it could be. Maybe you would try being nice to it next time? It might bring you something special, like when you find a 10-yen coin in a vending machine. Your words were perfectly kind, but he could hardly sympathize with the creature. After all the painful pecking to which he had subjected him. He wouldn't have called the bird lonely either. If one little bird is all that's bothering you, you're lucky. The pecking part is weird for sure, especially in a city like this, but it could be way worse. Imagine getting attacked by an army of crows that swarm around the dumpsters. Right? Actually, there was something else bothering me too. For example, had reminded him of the mystery of the disappearing birds at the mansion. Disappearing? Stranger than strange events. The seated hill? I actually live on it. He's so gonna get killed. I see lots of starling around here, but for some reason they never come down to town. Well, duh, you never see birds in town, but in mountains like this, there are bound to be wild animals. Why would you move out here anyway? I mean, I heard you moved out of your old apartment, but isn't it the pain getting to school? What are you doing out there in the boonies? Boonies? Things just work out that way, and the community isn't hard. If anything is painful, it's what happened inside that place. Huh? It took 30 minutes to reach town on foot. The 40 minutes to the nearest convenience store would be the real kicker for most people, but for Sojiro, it was no inconvenience. The real problem was the dark forces beyond human understanding that lurked within the grounds. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring the human complaints to you. I'm curious about how you said there weren't many birds in town though. Why is that? Simple, they failed to adapt to the environment. I didn't know you were so interested in birds. Are you an animal lover or something?
どちらかというと好き
I
な
guess I do like animals more than I dislike them.
そう私
Really?
は嫌い
I can't stand them. I'm surprised you didn't pick up on that sooner. What a cute girl. The statement could hardly be more self-contradictory. Minutes after telling him to be nice to the bird that attacked him, she was now claiming she did not even like animals.
そうだな嫌いなだ
With
けで
this
苦手でない
face.
のなら
Well, even if you can't stand animals, I'd still like to hear what you know about birds.
痛いとこつくじゃない
Can't take a hint, huh?
いいわ
Fine, I
バイトま
need
で
to
の
gain
時
some
間
time
潰し
until
に
work
してあげる
starts anyway.
さっきの続き
So, like I was saying, survival is about being able to adapt to your environment.
今でこそこんなだけど美咲はここ
Oh
ま
my
で
god, she actually
大きな話じゃ
gonna
なかったんだっ
like
て
give us a lecture. Misaki's pretty big now, but it wasn't like
昔はそ
this
の半分が森だった
always.
から
Half of it used to be woodland, which was closer to the type of environment the poor things were used to living in. The way Kumari addressed him was of note. Whether she liked them or not, she seemed to at least have some respect for them.
でも近代化した街じゃ
Nature ended up with the
自然の
short
サイ
straw
ク
as
ル
the
も成
city
り立たない
modernized. Humans always
人
changed
間
the
ってのは
surroundings to suit their
わず
needs
か
after
に
all.
やぶかが多いってことで
Divergent
小さな
streams
川の流れを
to
変え
get
たり
rid of
街中
mosquitoes.
コンクリートで塗り固めちゃえ
Oh,
ば
covering
鳥
everything
に
in
も
town
手
with
上げよ
concrete, it made the area unlivable for the
虫
birds.
も森も少
With
ない
no
んじゃ
birds or trees,
もう
they
山
had
に
no
逃げるしか
choice
な
but to
い
flee. Chased out
彼
their
らは
home, they
故郷を
moved
追
from
わ
the
れて
forest in the
人間に
mountains.
とって都合
A
のいい
convenient
街
urban
が
center for
鳥
humans
たちが
isn't the
生きる
kind
コロ
place
ニ
that
ー
can
に
support
な
a
り得るのか
colony of birds.
そんなことぐらいで
And that's all it took to get rid of birds in the city?
この
Just like that, and we never see them again?
そこまで極端
It's
じゃ
not
ない
that extreme. I mean, come on, you just said you see
規
starlings.
格の問題
It's
よ
all relative. There are so many humans in town, the number of birds seems small in comparison. It feels special just to spot one here and there.
ああ確か
That's
に
true. They all just left town and moved to the mountains. Human might not be able to see them in day-to-day life, but they were alive and well nonetheless. Their habitat and lifestyle changed with times, but they never truly disappeared. Doubt? Sujuru's sense of relief was sharply disrupted by a serious look from Kumari.
あの山に天敵が
But
い
the
な
birds
ければ
aren't
ね
safe in the
人間
mountains.
の
There
手
is
による
still
乱獲か
overfishing by humans and
移った
conflict
先に
between the
生態
birds
系
and
との
their
衝
new
突か
ecosystem. With everything
どちら
going
にせ
on,
よ
I doubt they'll
居
last
場
very
所を失
long.
った彼らの
Even
寿命
a
が
century
短
might
い
be
と
optimistic.
旅行鳩の例もある
Just
し
look at what happened to
気がつい
passenger
た時には
pigeons. Once
取
human
り返し
noticed
つかないのが動
what
物
they're
と
done
人
to
間の
them,
関
it
係
was already too late. That's how it always is. Passenger pigeons. Hmm? Oh, sorry. Oh, beautiful bird. Holy shit. Damn, it's so beautiful. Why the passenger pigeon went extinct? In May, text is too small. Hold on. You're gonna read the article. In May 1850, a 20-year-old Potawatomi tribal leader named Simon Pokagon was camping at the headwater of Michigan's... Is this a long article? Who gives a shit? In Michigan's Mainstream River during trapping season when far-off gorging sounds startled him. It seemed as if an army of horses laden with sleigh bells was advancing through the deep forest towards me, he later wrote. As I listened more intently, I concluded that instead of tramping of horses, it was a distant thunder, and yet the morning was clear, calm, and beautiful. The mysterious sound came nearer and nearer, until Balagon deduced its source. While I gazed in wonder and astonishment, I beheld moving towards me in a broken front of millions of pigeons, the first I had seen that season. They were passenger pigeons, at the time the most abundant bird in North America and possibly the world. Throughout the 19th century, witnesses had described similar sightings of pigeons' migration, how they took hours to pass over a single spot, darkening the firmament and rendering normal conversation inaudible. Holy shit, Polygon remembered how sometimes a traveling flock arriving at a deep valley would pour its living mass hundreds of feet into a downward plunge. I have stood by the greatest waterfall of America, he wrote, yet never have my astonishment, wonder, and admiration had been so stirred as when I have witnessed these birds drop from their course like meteors from heaven. Wow. Polygon recorded these memories in 1895, more than 4 decades after the Mainstreet River observation. By then, he was in the final year of his life. Passenger pigeons, too, were in their final years. In 1871, their greatest communal nesting size was covered 850 square miles of Wisconsin sandy oak barrens, 138 million breeding adults, naturalist some guy later estimated. Sorry. After that, the population plummeted until by the mid-1980s, wild flock size numbers in the dozens rather than hundreds of millions or even billions. Then they disappeared altogether, except for 3 captive breed flocks spread across the Midwest. About September 1, 1914, the last known passenger pigeon, a female named Martha. Whoa, you can write such a good story about this and a war? Holy shit. A female named Martha died at the Cincinnati Zoo. She was roughly 29 years old, with a palsy that made her tremble. Holy shit, not once in her life she had left a fertile egg. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the passenger. This year? 10 years ago? 12 years ago? Okay. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the passenger pigeon's extinction. In interviewing years, researchers have agreed that the birds were hunted out of existence, victimized by the fallacy that no amount of exploitation could endanger a creature so abundant. Between now and the end of the year, bird groups and museums will commemorate the centenary? Oh, centenary. Of or relating to the period of 100 years, my bad. Centenary in series of conferences, lectures, and exhibits. Most prominent among them is a project passenger pigeon, and don't care. They were evolutionary geniuses, traveling in fast, gargantuan flocks throughout the eastern and midwestern United States and Canada. The males slate birds with copper undersides and hints of purple. Damn, the females more muted. Passenger pigeons would search out bomber crops of acorns and beechnuts? Sorry, googling words. Beechnuts. Oh, it's like a chestnut, but different. Okay, I see. Ooh, I wonder if it's tasty. It looks tasty. Anyway, they would devour, using their sheer number to ward off enemies, a strategy known as predator satiation. They would also outcompete other nut lovers, not only wild animals but also domestic pigs that had been set loose by farmers to forage. In forest and city alike, an arriving flock was a spectacle, a feathered tempest. In the word of conversationalist some guy, one 1855 account of Columbus, Ohio, described a growing cloud that blotted out the sun as it advanced towards the city. Children screamed and ran for home, it said. Women gathered their lawn skirts and hurried for the shelter of stores. Horses bolted. A few people murmured frightened words about the approaches of a millennium, and several dropped on their knees and prayed. When the flock had passed over 2 hours later, holy shit, the town looked ghostly in the now bright sunlight that illuminated the world, plated with pigeon ejecta. Nice. Nesting birds took over whole forests, foaming that John James Audubon in 1831 called solid masses as large as a hogsheads. Observers reported trees crammed with dozens of... This is a very long article. But it's good. It's good. Article made visual novel, actually probably better at this rate. It is pretty good article. Nesting birds took over the whole forest. Yeah. Observers reported trees cramming with dozens of nests apiece, collectively weighing so much that branches would snap off and trunks would topple. This is insane! In 1871, some hunters coming upon the morning exodus of adult males were so overwhelmed by the sound and spectacle that some of them dropped their guns. Imagine 1,000 threshing machines running under full headway, accompanied by as many steamboats groaning of steam with an equal quota of air trains passing through covered bridges. Imagine these Imagine these Imagine these massed into a single flock. Here you go, and you possibly have fate's conception of a terrific roar. 1831. I wonder if it wouldn't have. Maybe it would. I mean, city is loud, but it's probably not that loud. The Commonwealth, a newspaper in Wisconsin, reported of that encounter. The birds weren't just nosy, they were tasty too. Their arrival guaranteed an abundance of free protein. Yay! You think about this especially with the spring flocks, said some guy, the ecologist. The people on the frontiers have survived the winter. They've been eating whatever food they've been able to preserve from the year before. Then, all of a sudden, there's all this fresh meat flying by you. It must have been a time of great rejoicing. The pigeons are here! Not everyone shouted with joy. The birds also devoured crops, frustrating farmers and prompting some guy, a French soldier who explored North America during the 17th century, to write that the bishop has been forced to excommunicate them often than once upon account of the damage they do to the product of earth. The flocks were so thick that hunting was easy. Even waving a pole at a low-flying bird would kill some. Still, harvesting for subsistence didn't threaten the species' survival, but after the Civil War came two technological developments has set in motion the pigeon's extinction: the national expansion of telegraph and a railroad. Oh my god, it's like the myth people been telling me about, I don't know if it's a myth or not, about roaches being afraid of the phone waves. I never checked if it's true or not, but baby, they're enabled a commercial pigeon industry to blossom, fueled by professional sportsmen who could learn quickly about new nesting and follow the flocks around the continent. Oh, it's not about what I thought it's going to be about, my bad. Hardly a train arrived that does not bring hunters or trappers, reported Wisconsin some newspaper. Hotels are full, coppers are busy making barrels, and men, women, and children are active in packing the birds or filling the barrels. They are shipped to all places on a railroad, to the Chicago, St. Louis, Cincinnati, Philadelphia, New York, and Boston. Americans, am I right? The professional and amateurs together outflocked. I'm just kidding. Their quarry was brute force. They shot the pigeons and trapped them with nests, touched their roots, and asphyxiated them with burning sulfur. Holy fuck! They attacked the birds with rakes, pitchforks, and potatoes. Potatoes? Not potatoes! They poisoned them with whiskey-soaked corn. Damn, this is brutal. Learning of some of these methods, some people despaired. These outlaws, to all moral sense, was touch a lighted march to the bark of tree at the base, when with a flash, more like explosion, the blast would reach every limb of the tree. He wrote of an 1880 massacre, describing how the scorched adults would flee and squab would burst open upon hitting the ground. Witnessing this, some guy wondered what type of divine punishment might be awaiting our white neighbors, who have so bottomly butchered and driven from our forests these wild pigeons, the most beautiful flowers of the animal creation of North America. He was right. Ultimately, the pigeon survival strategy, flying in huge predator-proof flocks, proved their undoing. If you're unfortunate enough to be a species that concentrates in time and space, you make yourself very, very vulnerable. Oh my god, they didn't know that the worst offender is humans and not other animals. Shit. Says Stanley Temple, some guy, whatever. Passenger pigeon might have been survived the commercial slaughter if hunters weren't so disrupting their nesting grounds, killing some adults, driving away others, and harvesting the squabs. It was a double whammy. Said some other guy. It was the demographic nightmare of overkill and impaired reproduction. If you're killing a species far faster than they can reproduce, the end is mathematical certainty. Yeah, that does make sense. The last known hunting victim was Buttons, a female which was shot at the Pike Country, Ohio, in 1800 and mounted by the sheriff's wife, who used 2 buttons in lieu of glass ice. I don't know what this means. Almost 7 decades later, a man named some other guy took responsibility for shooting Buttons, not knowing her species, when he was a boy. Oh, she took Buttons. No? Oh! Oh, they made a thingy from a bird, and then some other guy. Okay, I don't understand this paragraph. It's my bad. Okay, last one. Even the pigeon's number crashed. There was virtually no effort to save them. People just slaughtered them more intensely. They killed them until the very end. Contemporary environmentalism arrived too late to prevent the passenger pigeon's demise. But the two phenomena share a historical connection. The extinction was part of a motivation for the birth of modern 20th century conservation, says Temple. In the 1900s, even before Martha's death in the Cincinnati Zoo, Republican Congressman some guy of Iowa introduced the nation's first wildlife protection law, which banned the interstate shipping of unlawfully killed game. The wild pigeons, formerly in flocks of millions, had entirely disappeared from the face of Earth. We're given an awful exhibition of slaughter and destruction, which may serve as a warning to all mankind. Let us now give an example of wise conservation, of what remains of the gifts of nature. Sad music? Okay, that's it. This sucks, even though there is a lot to this article, but I think we got the gist. People just fucking killed them off. Damn, there's like an illustration, or is this a CGI? I can't really see of this flock of birds. I think it's an illustration. Damn, this is crazy. Rip to the pigeon. Anyway, just look at what happened to passenger pigeons. Now we know. Once human noticed what they're done to them, it's already too late. And how it always is. Human act like a pest to Earth ecosystem. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. What are passenger pigeons? Oh my god! Oh, they're gonna explain it to us! Every girl has some like Wikipedia article she memorized in this game. That's good. Oh, they were large, beautiful birds, about 16 inches from head to tail. The males were deep blue with vivid red on their breasts, and the purest part was the orange eyes, like something out of the book. Eyes. Like something out of the book. I hate when they do not put spaces in between, you know. And they could fly up to 60 meters per hour over a great distance. Holy shit, 60 meters per hour? This is crazy. Her voice had a certain tenderness to it. She was daydreaming about birds she had never seen in the flesh. They were a type of pigeon native to North America, so they used to fly north in spring and then back in south in winter until they got warm again. But that was over a century ago. They used to be the most common higher animal on Earth. Higher animal? But there was 5 billion of them in total. That's more passenger pigeons than humans. Pretty amazing, right? Is it?
なんと人間より数の多い動物がいたっていうのか?
$8.3 billion. Okay. Whoa, I never thought about an animal being more common than humans. Yeah, I know, but now they're all extinct thanks to those same humans. Settlers from Europe who went to the Americas in the 16th century mentioned flocks of passenger pigeons so vast they covered the entire sky. Yeah, we read this just now. Those are the oldest written references of them that we have. Books are the only way to know anything about them these days. It's hard to imagine so many birds that they block out the sun, cover whole forest, and rain down dropping like snow. It sounds like something out of a dream, doesn't it? Actually, back then human population wasn't that large. Yeah, I get it. I just checked. I was like, wait a second. How many people are here now? Anyway, I've been seeing a lot of bird vlogs that been flying on top of my house for like minutes and minutes. Oh my god, it's still snowing. Hold on, I'm gonna check what's the name of a bird that I've seen. Hold on. I put it down. I wrote it down in my bird app. Oh, it was jackdaws. Yeah. I see like huge flocks of jackdaws. My mom told me that they actually fly from one like garbage collection place to other garbage collection place. So it's really funny for me. Yeah, but it's very beautiful when you see it, and they fly like this for like minutes and minutes. So can you imagine stuff like this that like lasts multiple hours? That's so crazy. Anyway, it's hard to imagine so many birds that they block out the sun, cover whole forests, run down and rain down dropping like snow. It sounds like something out of a dream, doesn't it? But for people back then, it was more like a nightmare. Sure, each individual bird was beautiful, but together they amounted to a violent force of nature. Yeah. They were downright demonic with the power to destroy forests and threaten everyone. Why are we talking about this? I mean, it's interesting at all, and I like to learn about this, but how is this relevant to the plot? Their nesting grounds were up to 6 meters wide. It also has to do with the big colonization. It's not like people weren't there, you know, but it's a different topic. I see. Their nesting grounds were up to 6 miles? It's not meters. Miles wide. Oh my god. In just one colony, you could have 50,000 birds in it, so you can imagine how loud it got. A flock of birds so big it could instantly transform the landscape and cover the whole land with its cries. I can see why the settlers were scared at first. 50,000 birds, all in one spot. Sojiro trailed off as he attempted to count the number with his digits. He could barely count numbers of people in the crowd outside the station. This would be far beyond his capacity. What the fuck Sojiro know then? Sojiro doesn't know shit. But if there were so many of them, how could humans wipe them out? Good question. No one back then thought it was possible either. But it's simple when you realize that passenger pigeons were both a threat and cheap commodity. All the flying was what made the meat of migratory birds so delicious to humans. And all you had to do was point your gun in the air, bang, and there's dinner. What would you do in the shoes? This might sound heartless, but the passenger pigeons were a species that could easily be converted into cold, hard cash. Nice. Naturally, the hunting went on and on. People would pluck their feathers, stick them with barrel with salt, and snip them out. Barrel with salt? Because the author also read the article, obviously. It wasn't hunting after a point, just consuming a resource. It didn't feel like a work of labor to people doing it. In those days, you could get a whole passenger pigeon for 1 cent. That's roughly equal to 1 yen. Can you believe it? The smallest denomination of currency in society was enough to purchase an entire life. Okay. Kumari spoke as if reciting from a textbook. You won't say. Your voice nevertheless had a certain darkness to it. Was it pity for the slain birds or disgust for your fellow men? Either way, the passenger pigeon's fate was a cruel joke carried out by humanity. Typical, some might say. Poor Sojiro had yet to comprehend just how typical that side of humanity was. This was only the beginning. The real damage began in the 19th century. Passenger pigeons hunting became more popular than ever before. Remember learning about the gold rush and the American Civil War? America was expanding really fast back then. Immigrants kept flooding in from Europe, and by 1870, there were 40 million people living in America. Passenger pigeons were the perfect thing for the pursuers and stomachs.
で、もっと最悪なこと
Versus.
に、人間は工夫
Versus.
す
My
る生
bad.
き物だった。
But the worst part was how skinny people
彼
were.
らはより早く、より多
They
く、よ
competed
り
to
簡
find the
単に旅
fastest,
行
most
箱を
efficient
乱
way
獲
to
する手
catch as
段を
many
競
passenger
い合った。
pigeons as
目を潰
possible.
した鳩を
One
取り
thing
寄
they
せ
used to do is
集
blonde
団
my
を誘い
pigeons
込
and
んで
use them as a lure for the
一日に
group.
1
Oh
万
my
羽以上捕
god!
らえたやつさえいた。
This is
それ
fucked
でも
up.
彼らは
Sometimes catching 10,000 in single day, yet no one had a single clue about what they were
繁
doing.
殖と狩猟
Any
のバ
sane
ランス
person
は
could see that the
誰が
balance
見ても
between breeding
明ら
and
かにずれて
hunting
い
was
たの。
clearly out of whack. She was doing everything she could to speak in calm, measured tones. Stewart, meanwhile, was completely enraptured by her words. I get the feeling you read about something you find interesting, a few people are aware of, so you feel compelled to share it with someone else. I can understand this. But I don't think it's a good writing. But as far as we know, this VN is shit, so might as well. Why not? Having been raised in the mountains, it was by no means a happy story for him, but right now he was more interested in knowing why it ever happened in the first place.
それ一方的すぎ
Something
ない
seemed
か
off about that. If their numbers were decreasing so fast, the passenger pigeons should have tried harder to avoid humans.
そこが彼らの不幸だっ
That's
たの
where
だ。
they were like. It's actually very common in VNs to be like this, to write like this, to put like funny Wikipedia facts in their novels, which is. I don't know. It's whatever. Guess isn't how long this talk actually took. Like in universe, how long this talk went on for? I don't know, like 15 minutes? She said she has an hour to. What's the word? The hour to spare before her work, so like an hour. That's where they were unlucky.
旅行鳩は繁殖力
They had
が非常
really
に
low
弱くて
fertility rates and no means of protecting themselves. All they knew to do was live together in groups. This was their only form of
彼らの身を
self-defense.
守る手段だったの。
He's a bird nerd and good to keep silent about it. Nice. It's she who's a bird nerd, but okay. This was their only form of self-defense, sorry. I spaced out.
彼らが50億
Passenger
の王
pigeons
国を
managed to
築い
build
た
an
のは
empire of 5 billions only because they lack natural predators.
先住民であるインディアンも彼らを
Indigenous people didn't hunt them either,
け
apparently.
ど入植者
It was
た
the
ちは
settlers who wrecked the local ecosystem. That
あの
tracks.
おびただしい
No one
数
ever
の鳥が
imagined in their
絶滅
wildest
するなんて
dreams that so many birds could just go into
旅
extinct.
行鳩にしたら
The passenger
晴天の
pigeons
霹
couldn't
靂
have
よ
been prepared for a predator showing up centuries later out of the blue from across the ocean.
そうして
Finally,
1896
in
年
1886, humans began to realize what their crazed enthusiasm had brought about. A 250,000 passenger pigeons. That's how many they estimated were still left. But it was too late. The government tried passing laws to protect them, but human habits are hard to break.
あるいは
Or maybe hunters just
こう思
thought
ったのかもしれない
that with 250,000 passenger pigeons still
まだ
left,
25
taking
万
one or
羽もいるじゃない
2,000 wouldn't be a big deal in the greater scheme of
そうし
things.
てハンターたちは
Hunters started using the latest technological breakthroughs, the telegraph, to keep track of where the passenger pigeons were. Soon they had shot down 200,000 and injured 40,000 more.
生き延びたのは
What left only 5,000 passenger pigeons in the world, and at that point they could no longer survive in the wild. Sojiro's face sank into skull, no longer able to survive in the wild. You knew all too well what this phrase meant. Shut up, Sojiro. No wild animal can last long on its own. No animal can survive without a sufficiently large population of their fellow kind and sufficient feeding grounds to support the group. Strength in their massive numbers was all the passenger pigeons ever had, and so once that was gone, they were as good as extinct.
それで旅行鳩はどうな
I guess it's also connected to how long they were living, maybe, no? Oh, I mean the writer. I'm considered self-reserved for a moment. Yeah. Okay. Almost sure that it's a guy who wrote this novel, but I could be wrong. Yeah. His name is Kinoko Nasu. He also wrote Fate and Tsukihime and Karen no Kyokai. One keyword explanation about F14 glow veins is acceptable in the plain density. Cool. Added to the list. Nice. Eventually, there was only 3 passenger pigeons left. No, the 3! 2 males and 1 female were kept in captivity in the Cincinnati Zoo, but within a year both the males had died. RIP. And only the female was left. At this moment, when the other 2 died, she became the single, loneliest creature on Earth. Her name was Martha, the last of her species that had once soared over North America. She would never fly free again, trapped forever in her cage. At the age of 29, that's a lot of ages. Sorry. She finally passed. It happened at 1 o'clock on September 1st, 1914. You just need to get popular enough to get away with it. Nice. The only case in all of Earth history were to know the exact moment the species went extinct. Ooh. The story of 5 billion deaths had finally come to an end. The birds had been swallowed up by the machination of human civilization. Kumari had intended to show her sympathy for the lost species, but the emotional impact had clearly been all but lost on Sujuro. No! I tried to make it sound as poetic and tragic, but I guess I failed. Aren't you angry as someone raced around nature in the mountains? Oh, good question! Oh, it was definitely an amazing story. But it doesn't make sense. Why would humans keep passenger pigeons in captivity after working so hard to kill them? Yeah, he is stupid. Kumari stared blankly at him, eyebrows raised high. What he likely meant to ask was why humans would protect the last of a species. Damn, his brain. They themselves had hunted into extinction. He's been through a lot, okay? Yep. In the mountains, Kumari could hardly be blamed for her bewilderment. Having been raised in a city, she failed to recognize the danger inherent in his cluelessness. He felt neither anger towards humans for their base selfishness nor sympathy for the birds, who remained in their natural habitat even at the cost of their lives. His upbringing had not provided him with the necessary sense of self-righteousness to produce feeling in either direction. See, this is acceptable answer to the Wikipedia article. Like, oh, here we go. We have a Wikipedia article that normal characters would react like normally, but here's Sojiro who's a weirdo, and we need to show that he's a weirdo by his reaction on the article, which is a little clumsy, but I take it. His upbringing had not provided him with the necessary sense of self-righteousness to produce feelings in either direction. Okay. You don't get it, do you? My point was, no matter how strong and beautiful animals might look, they don't stand a chance outside of their natural habitat. Think about it, Shizuki. That bird you're complaining about might be very last of its kind. And with that, their idle conversation came to an end. It was nearly time for their shift to begin, so like 40 minutes, and Sojiro, maybe 50, and Sojiro was the first to head off. What was I even thinking? It's not like me to run like this. Kumari remained in the park after Sujiro left. Martha, the last of her species. She had not been referring to the bluebird when she mentioned Martha, but... No, stop it. Thinking something is special just because it's rare is dumb. Is it? She rubbed the back of her head, apparently angry at herself for getting involved in something that was none of her business. She and Sojiro were not even in the same class at school. He was a total stranger as far as she was concerned. The more something bothered her, the more she felt compelled to investigate it. It was a personal quirk of hers, and the only reason she had gotten so worked up about the passenger pigeons. Mari's well-groomed brow furrowed. What? Okay, weird thing to say. She had only spoken to Sojiro to make sure he was doing okay at the Mad Bear, or maybe it was that she had been strangely drawn to him. The more they spoke and more she felt drawn to him. Okay, we get it. At first glance, he looks like a last guy who would rely on, but when you get to talking to him, you realize he's really got it together. Okay, amidst her muttered complaints, she recalled their conversation upon partying. So, getting used to everything yet? To which he had given a weak shake of his head.
全然
Not at all. There's so many things to keep track of. He was trying his best to keep up with the overwhelming amount of new information every day. However, despite his apparent naivety and frailty, how beautiful animals could be, not gonna lie, the image of a shrike? Is this how you say it? Hunting mice came to my head immediately and made me laugh a bit. Yup, nature sure is beautiful. He got it together, question mark? Nah. However, despite his apparent naivety and frailty, he was in fact trying to learn everything he could about his new surrounding. But at the same time, there was no reason it needed to be so overwhelming in the first place. It was only due to his own naively subordinate frame of mind, that he felt compelled to memorize each and every detail. I wonder, I don't think I'm exactly being subordinate. The fact that I'm still just figuring out what's right and wrong, he awkwardly claimed. Right, but maybe, just maybe, Kumari stopped yourself mid-train of thought, deciding to instead wave goodbye and take her leave. Okay, I did not get it, this one. She sighed aloud every time she replayed the scene in her head. Work at the convenience store started in 5 minutes. She gave herself a light slap on the face in an effort to forget their conversation. She reminded herself that she had neither the energy to worry about other people's problem nor the obligation to do so. She had her own concerns, saving up enough money for college, for example. Fighting against her parents' opposition every night was draining enough. There was no room for burdening herself with other students' issues. Right, but maybe, just maybe, it was not like her to get so tongue-tied. She thought of herself under a strained smile. I should have made my point more clearly. I should have flat out asked him if he cared at all about human morality. He really did annoy her. Now, in a thoroughly bad mood, she left the park in a huff. Not the end! As it usually goes. He's able to survive despite his lack of common sense and knowledge, so he's doing something right, I guess. I mean... That's how I felt when I still had a Twitter account through... The conversation took an hour, yeah, like 50 minutes. When Sujiro entered the drawing room after work... Oh, this is new, Alice's expression. When Sujiro entered the drawing room after work with a gift of sardines for his roommates... Okay, he came face to face with Alice sitting on the sofa.
Yeah.
Hi, Alice. The sense of familiarity, to be able to say, I'm home, when entering the mansion still eluded Sujiro. He headed straight to the kitchen in a full bucket with water to keep the sardines fresh, but the icy stare on his back sent him anxiously to the refrigerator instead. Buckets are not allowed in the kitchen, remember? Buckets are not allowed in the kitchen! Calmly accepting the change in plans, he shoved the sardines into the fridge and picked back into the drawing room. What are you doing? Fry them! Eat them fresh, come on! Alice, have you seen Aozaki? Well, either she's her room or she gone out somewhere, her reply was curt. He nodded and got to work cleaning the kitchen. There was nothing in particular he wanted to say to her, and also sensed that it would not be a good idea to start up a conversation needlessly. So he tidied up the sink area, washed the cutting board, wiped down the knives, and put away the cutlery so they could be easily found. Her black eyes monitored every action in his streamlined workflow. A rhythm that even the most seasoned housekeepers would be envious of. He would surely notice her gaze before too long. He bent over to store a large pot under the sink where it happened. As he began to stand back up, he locked eyes with Alice, and then... Mayday, mayday. Sling your hook, boy. It talks! Ow! Before he could make another move, he felt something slam into the back of his head, a bright shock of blue. He knew it was without looking. It could only be the mansion's Blue Robin. This shit talks out loud?
洋館に戻ってくるなり、コマ鳥に呼び出
Why does the thing have to start messing with me as soon as I get... The bird really hates him. It does! As soon as I get home! Sujiro muttered under his breath. It was a rare situation that made Sujiro felt like complaining. It talks! Why didn't it talk before? Put up a chair, boy! The robin chirped in a shrill tone. You see? This little creature that loved to attack Sujiro so was the greatest of the mansion's many wonders. And with good reason. Are you having a bird bath, mate? Why does it say his mate? Isn't it British? Does it say mate in Britain? Maybe? I don't know. You think you're better than me, huh? And what the bloody hell is chicken stew supposed to mean anyway? It doesn't translate it as chicken stew, come on. You got something against the Richard dessert? I love Richard dessert, like unironically, even though he was a horrible human being who did kidnapped and tried to kill. Did he kill them? 2 of his nephews? My goat. Like so. Sujiro had an inkling of what the bird was getting at. For someone raised in the mountains, this was an utter nightmare. What? I don't... What? What does it mean? Animals were not supposed to be able to talk. Oh, that's true. Then again, when he lived in the mountains for over a decade, it sometimes felt like he could understand what birds were trying to say. He knew it was just an imagination, but sometimes he thought they even saw him as a friend. A princess, okay. That was not the case with this bird. Sujiro had a realist attitude towards wild animals as a result of living in the mountains for so long, in contrast to the ever mysterious humans who lived in the city. It's really talking to me. But he keeps going about the mountains. As such as he wanted to deny the reality he was facing, he could not help but recall Kumari's story. She had said to try and be nice to the bird next time he saw it. According to her, any rare or one-of-a-kind creatures must accordingly feel very lonely. I said sit you by the drum down, you hear me alright, mate? Hang on, there is no chair here. Alright, just stand. I mean, I've stood up with you now for the both of us. Get it? Pretty clever if I say so myself. What the fuck is this bird talking about? Huh? The bird perched itself on the telephone receiver, seemingly worn out from all the flapping. I hate this translation. Sujiro was dumbfounded, listening in silence to the bird's chatter. Okay, do we wanna try to perceive what the fuck did it try to say? Wow. No idea. Unless it's a wordplay on Sujuro's name? Maybe? I don't know. Listening in silence to the birds chatter. Any ideas? Are you fluent in Japanese? Nah, I wouldn't say fluent. The tropical music BGM. Or am I the only one who gets this feeling? Yeah. I don't know. It's weird. Listening in silence to the bird's chatter was his way of expressing his denial. Maybe
自分長いっす。プロイ歴長いっすよ。
Sorry, I'm really trying to understand what the fuck does that supposed to mean. Hold on, we're gonna do this one more time. Hold on, now I'm gonna check. No, hold on. I'm gonna check something else. Sorry if it's annoying. Really don't get it. Oh, this is useless. Okay, whatever. So convenient to have all of this. Also, what do they mean by British? Like English, Scottish, Irish, Welsh? What are you talking about? You mean English in here? Or English as this bird speak? Whatever the fuck. I don't know. I'm pretty old, you know, on account of me long career as a ploy. I've started Miss Alice from when the goddess mom was around. Goddess mom? Don't ask why I'm blue. My best skill at playing the detective and the victim, but detective side always dies first, so no one can ever figure out who killed me. Wait, you're a ploy? I've heard this word before. What does it mean again? Say what? Is you asking what I is? What I is? I don't know. What to feel right now? Sexy or terrified? That's a Jiro expression. Trustly, the conversation began between the two most powerless residents in Kuonji Estate, humankind and birdkind, able to understand one another after all. So Jiro was tried of letting the bird get to him, fully aware that ignoring it took more energy than it was worth. Filled with a sense of resignation, by the time he finally did make an attempt to interject, both parties' guards were firmly down. Sujiro was focused on how rare the bird was, while Robin just focused on his showdown with his rival. That was to be eliminated at all costs. Bitch, he tries to steal my place! Oh my god, we really are rivals! Excuse me? This is a Neta corner. Pardon? Don't give you knickers in a twist. Let's talk about something more important, like my beloved Miss Alice, the angel mom herself. Ooh, the halo. Life? Oh no, it's Life Sujiro reaction too! Wait, she's an angel? It was an impressive sign of progress that he did not need to ask what an angel was. He was at the church though. My bruv, an angel, the way she's above the hustle and bustle of the masses, the way she doesn't give me the time of day, absolutely angelic, I tell ya. She's holy and sacred, she is, but she's also cruel and inhuman. Evangelion? Pretty fitting for an angel, don't you think? Yeah, like all of them had distinctive accents. Saying British is like saying Asian or North American for someone's speech. Ooh. Oh, most people mean England in general when they say British. I have the same opinion. Birds take over. That was the actual moral of the story. No! I think the moral of the story that birds definitely not taking over. And if they try, they will die. Whoa. That's crazy. Yep. Honestly, sometimes I think Mother Goddess Mom didn't do the best job raising Angel Mom. The fuck?
そりゃあ
Imagine birds criticizing like your parenting skill. This is awesome. Okay, so Alice has a
こ
mom?
の家にはいないようだけど
I thought maybe she didn't have any family at all.
イエス
Oh yeah, she has one alright, but it's a sub story, isn't it? All the birds in England cried out that day. Her mom was even more smashing than Alice. God's
あれは
photos
とか見るっすか
later if you like. You have photos? For only 6 months, how about it, lad?
いや
Lad?
そういうのは本人の許しがないと
No thanks. I wouldn't want to do it without your permission. Nice. Sejiro said earnestly as he tilted his head. The reason for his unease was also due to the fact that he had grown more interested in Alice than before. Hold on. Gulp, sorry. another water. Despite his detached and passive attitude, he was still a young man like any other after all.
い
Can
え
we chill?
それはそうっすね
And right you be, lad. You know, you make some sense for a fellow human. You're right. I shouldn't go blabbing about people's past. But maybe you like to hear about your childhood. How about it, lad? I'd love to
自分
share some of your deepest, darkest secrets for ya. This is a traitor! We should kill him. I'd make me feel like a heap of dosh. Hmm?
あいやだからそういう話は
I just said I don't want to
安心しろっす
lighten up, lad. I want to tell Alice about her little rabbit and pork.
まずはあれっすね
Let me start with the day we first met. Despite your looks, she didn't have so much as a single friend in the world, you see. It was only that Mother of Pearl had to talk to. Imagine playing that game where you bounce a ball against the wall, but you're lonesome. It was just like that. 14 years of memories with her I have. So let me start at the beginning.
いやだから
I just said, here we go. Buckle in case this is gonna get good. I don't want to hear it. This bird was trouble. The bird brain has taken on a whole new meaning to Sujiro. If he were stuck here listening any longer, he had the feeling that he might hear something that he would not be able to unhear.
すまない
Sorry, but I should really get going. With a wave of his hand, he attempted to flee to the attic above the second floor. Now wait just 1 minute, boy. You're about to miss the best part. Who do you think you are? Scarlett O'Hara?
激動の主人公気取りっすか
Okay. You think you're the most important character in this war?
そのあたり自分に
You're not fooling me, that's for sure. That's a saucepan and I'd like you to get in all Angel's mom attention. Why, you all she looks at. I can't stand
その
it.
秘訣を
So you better tell me your secret. I'm serious, and you never wanna see me get serious. Should I start speaking in British accent? I actually cannot do a British accent. The moral of the story is that he shouldn't be applying common sense to understand this bird, and his lack of it will help him again. Now a few minutes ago learning about the bird, now we should kill him. Truly immersive story. Yep. That's an evil bird, you know? It doesn't understand the concept of, privacy. Of the best girl in this game. Halfway up the stairs already, Sejiro quickly retracted his steps.
君今のはど
What
う
do you just say?
だから
Yes, whenever Angel Mom has a moment to spare, she starts watching you like a hawk. That's what. And I remember when I wanted to talk to you, I wanted to make sure you don't go.
サーチされてるからって突き上がるなと釘刺しに来たんす
Well, at least the bird isn't attempting to hurt him at the moment. Do you think the bird been trying to hurt him so it would activate some part of his brain that could help him understand the bird language? How do you like my theory? Like the Discord bird? The fuck is a Discord bird? Oh! An actual Discord bird! Oh. Oh, my bad. Okay, this cardboard is not real. What are we talking about? I'm so confused all the time. I'm sorry. And I remember when I wanted to talk to you, I wanted to make sure you don't go getting in big ideas just cause she's looking you all with this burning look in your mince pies. Nice. I've already saved you more time than you know, Mr. Sonoji. I love when they call him Sonoji. Why is everybody call him Sonoji? Like, separately, independently from each other. This is fun. If it wasn't for Miss Alice's orders, you'd be stuck in some old mirror, you know. What's really going on? Is that crazy rubber and glove that you human get all Moby Dick over? Second literary reference. No, I mean like invasion of privacy, Discord bird. Okay. Sorry. I don't know, just me beating him until his brain is rewired to talk birdish. Nice. You're saying she saved me? Alice? Saved me? Yeah, well, she was the one trying to kill you, but come off it. Here's what she told me. She said to save you if you ever were about to get lost in a mirror or got too close to something dangerous, but don't go getting the big head, you hear me? Big head? You hear me? It's not like anyone cares what happens to you. Nice. I wonder how British accent sounds in Japanese. I can imagine how Japanese person there is no such thing as British, so what if British person started speaking Japanese? What would happen? It happened in a flash. With a swift, unhesitating strike of your head, Alice squashed the bird right then and there as it sat in the telephone receiver stand in the foyer. Her pressing palm continued to pin it down. Nice. The bird's crushed form resembled a bright rubber ball like that what a child might play with. Hey, what's the big idea, Miss Alice? You're killing me. I can feel all the blood in my body gushing out me break? The bird raised a mighty uproar. Ignore everything the bird said. Elsie returned to the drawing room, taking the bird with her. The dark silhouette, cloaked in shadows, was the complete opposite of the gaudy little bird. Sojiro folded his arms as he stood alone, no less confused than before, and whispered, Things get stranger, but the day around here. Up at the night sky, visible through the skylight. Is this it? Is this the end? Yeah, it is. You... Oh, this one called Martha, right? This is the last book that we read. Fairy Tale Grudge? Great? Something? Garden? I cannot read those words. There is abroad in Japan, City Dog, Rie, and Yigo kind of people who are British and speak Japanese. Does any of these people have heavy British accent? You know, like... But the bird clearly doesn't sound like them. Are you for real? I wonder. No one's like an old man. An old Welsh man learned Japanese and talk with like super heavy accent. Misaki High School winter vacation began in mid-December. The tranquil air of the school was a refreshing change of pace from the more competitive schools and their nationally famous sports team and exam-oriented curriculum. The empty, newly constructed building evoked images of a pure white swan descending upon a still winter lake. The modern school building felt alive in its stillness in spite of the absence of its lifeblood of students. Most students never knew what this building used to look like. It was just a small, rundown wooden building, a shadow of its former self. The former school was never torn down and now stood in lonely silence. It was tucked away deep in seemingly infinite wood that stretched across the mountains. The sound of broom sweeping, dead leaves resonated in the air. The ocean of leaves had accumulated into piles as big as sand dunes. Sweeping was a futile venture at this point. An ominous feeling lingered in the air, perhaps the result of 2 years of abandonment. Cleaning the inside of the building alone would take more than a few days to finish. Not to mention... this sucks. We're students, Emmett, not machines. We barely get any winter break, and then the student council has us out there doing this crap? Oh yeah, I remember they mentioned this. A misguided youth sent here for the job wasted no time making it clear he wanted no part in the beautification efforts. At least let us wear a jacket or something, it's freezing out there. Is this part of a gym class or something? Winter marathon training? And I'm saying, this is someone who never skips gym class. Hosuke Kinomi continued to mumble and grumble to himself as he reluctantly swept away at the ground. Is fucking Hosuke has the most outfit in this game? What is this shit? Meanwhile, Sujiro silently swiftly continued his sweeping. I don't think Aoko or Ali has as much outfits as he does. And he only here like 2 seconds at a time. I guess it also depends on the language. This is more speculation than anything, but I feel it is easier to have an accent in some languages than other. Ooh, well, I would agree with that, but I would say it not only depends on the language you speak, it also depends on the language you're learning, right? Because there's languages with very similar syllable systems, right? Sometimes almost identical, and there's languages with completely different everything. Oh yeah, like I'm having very hard time reading English and speaking English, but if I say Japanese words out loud, it's very easy to me because it's more common with the language I originally speak. Meanwhile, Sujiro silently and swiftly continued to do sweeping, glaring at Kinomi out of the corner of his eye. You seriously trying to clean up all this for real? There's only like 40 of us out here. There is no way we're going to get all this cleaned up, so who cares? Recently I've been reminiscing about time when they made us clean streets at school. In retrospect, it was a good activity. We should have done it more. Depends on your native language and the language you learn. Also the natural where and how long you spend listening to people speaking it. Yeah, of course. There's no way we're going to get all this cleaned up, so who cares? Anything can be completed with diligence, Kinami. Stop complaining so hard. Kinami went back to idly swinging his broom without even glancing over at Sujiro. Morning and the mountain were cold. There was no hint of sun in the cloudy sky above, ash-gray light illuminating the rare courtyard, the sharp cold of midwinter piercing through everyone's clothes as if they did not exist. A day like this was the best spent indoors under the warm blankets, but for some reason they were out there cleaning. The Special Winter Cleaning Team. That was the name given to the elite force and sent to clean up his dilapidated, overgrown mountain. The other students had put their faith into the team to fulfill this purification mission, respecting them for their sacrifice. The reality, however, was that this was nothing more than a ragtag there losing gang of students needing remedial presence before their exam. We were the victims of a year-long arm-twisting scheme by the student council. Year-long? Who in their right mind would come out of here to sweep up leaves with a blizzard looming on the horizon? More than one of the 40 assembled, none of them had any semblance of interest in the task at hand. Hey, Shizuki, look over there! Akabane and those guys over there roasting sweet potatoes! Oh, what is this, the 50s or something? This is nice! I would love a sweet potato. Luckily they don't even know how to roast them properly. Oh, I know! Wanna grill some squid? Do you have squid? Kinami did not want to be here to begin with, and was constantly trying to break Sujiro into joining him. The cleaning squad was divided into groups. Sujiro and Kinami were in charge of cleaning behind the gymnasium. Sujiro was the leader of a platoon. Platoon? Platoon is real? The One Piece is real? A subdivision of a company of soldiers, usually forming a tactical unit that is command. I know, I get it now. Oh my god, I get it now.
Platoon.
Platoon! Splatoon! Wow. I love learning. Platoon. Sujiro was the leader of the platoon. Kinami was the grunt. Look, when you finish cleaning up around the fence, you can go off and eat your sweet potato or squid or whatever it is you want, because it is still lunchtime. I love the gloves. Sujiro said, like the texture of a working gloves. Nice. Sujiro said as he expertly packed his swept leaves into the trash bags. 2 hours had passed since they assembled on this foggy morning at 7 o'clock. While everyone else chattered and laughed as they worked, Sujiro alone had worked in complete silence at the same blistering pace since he started. The sheer amount of work he put in was likely the only thing keeping him from complaining of the cold in his tin jersey. Come on, let's take a break. Look at the pond. Or should I say ice skating rink? No, on the second thought, it's just a pond. But it's frozen solid, dude. That's how cold it's out there. Normal human can't work in these snowy conditions unless there is some kind of robot. We're going to have to start eating each other to survive if this keep up. Yeah, they should have dressed warmer. Why won't you just take a break for a minute? We got all the sleeves together. Why don't we burn them and get them warmed up? Nobody's really watching, so come on, let's grill some squid. Boys. For some reason, Kinami was drowning on about his squid. Kinami. Look at this hairline, man. Why are they doing him so dirty? I wonder if it is a group or team also, like 08MS team has also been called 08MS Platoon. Splatoon. Don't know in actual Japanese though. Sujiro had managed to withstand the barrage of complaints from his comrade, but even he was reaching his limit. Kinami, please. This guy's here. We don't like him. Just then, Sujiro saw the Grim Reaper himself creeping behind Kinami. In his hand, he had a little rake instead of a soft bamboo broom. Sounds good to me. I let a bit of grilled squid slide. The real situation, the hair is a wig on a baseball cap. I let a bit of grilled squid slide. Far be it for me to get between the big man and his squid. I'll tell you what, I'll even get you the soy sauce. Kinami showed to attention at the voice behind him. Tsukiji, is that you? Before quickly turning around, swinging his broom in the progress. Domaru easily blocked the swing with his rake. Oh, so now you wanna use the broom, huh? You can contain all this hard work and spirit I see. Maybe we should assign you to the special Siberian trail then. Oh, then. Aha! All you've done is stand over by the furnace with the girls pretending like you on a Caribbean holiday instead of out here in the freezing cold. Both boys glared at each other with a wry smile, broom and rake locked in an embrace. These two were the only friends with each other on school grounds. Tobimaru, please don't distract him any more than he already is. Both of them scoffed angrily and put away their weapons. They both knew better than to argue with Sujiro, the only one cleaning with a garbage bag in hand. Something we can help you with, Tobimaru? I thought you were too busy pretending to tend the fire over at the furnace. A harsh comment. Apparently even Sujiro had a slight taste for drama. So it's come to this. Even an upstanding student like you are looking down at me now. I hate Tobimaru. Tobimaru seems sad at Sujiro's observation. But as long as Tobimaru continued to claim he was helping the girls to clean by doing nothing more than standing in front of a pile of burning leaves, Sojiro found it hard to sympathize. Just tell us what you want. We're actually busy doing work over here, unlike some people. That's so? Well, lucky for you, it's almost break time. Let's get warmed over here. Oh, break time! Now you're talking. Huh? Not for you, idiot. Only people who are actually done with some work today can have a break. If you wanna come stand by the furnace, then bring me enough leaves to fill a cart. Until then, keep sweeping. Oh, I have rights, you know. This is abuse of power. Only people have human rights. Kinami's complaints naturally fell on deaf ears. Tobimaru had been selected to lead the cleaning operation, and his words were final. If Kinomi were to continue to push his buttons, he knew he wouldn't be on a cleaning duty tomorrow and the next day too. Alright, here we go, people. Don't ask me why, but we have a bunch of cans of sweet red bean soup. Some meat buns would have been better, but that would have requested certain someone to use their brain. We also got some emergency chocolate. God damn it, what the hell was she thinking? What was she thinking? Sojiro reassured Tobimaru by saying that he thought the food would do just fine for everyone. Huh? Wait, you're not coming? No, I'm gonna stay here. We can just burn some leaves to stay warm, like Kinami said. We got a pond right here, so we can easily put it out when we're done. Are you sure about this? This was clearly for Kinami's benefit. Tobimaru furrowed his brow while Kinami shivered from the cold. Is it a glimmer of friendship I just saw? You know what? You're as pure as the snow is white! Writing? This is nuts, but just wait here, Shizuki. I'm gonna go grab some potatoes from Akabane. I'm shy to show his true feelings. Kinami ran off to the neighboring group. I figured you said that. Here. Tobimaru pulled out a hot can from his jersey pocket, scratching his head in exacerbation. He pulled out 3 in all, 1 from each jersey pocket and 1 from his pants pocket. Let's get a fire going. I'm gonna chill over here too. Guess we both know how to deal with people, huh? Sojiro quickly prepared the leaves for the fire. Carefully gathered them up for them to burn neatly. You're pretty good at that. It's easy when you have matches. Sojiro crouched down from the burning leaves and warmed his hands near the flames. Even though he showed no signs of... Even though he showed no signs of being cold underneath it all, Sojiro was cold too. My bone cracked in a really satisfying way, sorry. Gross. Alright, have to go. Have a good rest of the stream, everyone. GG's and bye bye, Rainer. You know, he showed no signs of being cold underneath it all. Sojiro was cold too. He gazed into the fire as the smoke rose from the pile of leaves, as if remembering the good times from his past. Tobimaru felt a touch of concern as he looked at Sojiro. He saw within him homesickness and retrospection. He also saw a dark shadow looming over him, like a stranger in a foreign land without a home. You don't look so good, Sojiro. I suppose I am a little tired. If you need to talk, I'm here for you. Just let me know. Tobimaru continued speaking with a pulled top from the can of sweet red bean soup still around his index finger. Sojiro was forced on a fire. Oh yeah, well, you were taking a break from school, Aozaki slugged me. She said, I've got a big mouth. Whoa. Congratulations. Sometimes Sojiro would reply incoherently like this. No, he wouldn't. Tobimaru chuckled it up to cultural differences. You're both Japanese. Say, how did things go with Aozaki anyway? You used to walk with her to the train station before exams. Have things been going well since then? It was obvious to everyone that this was far from the case, yet Tobimaru asked anyway. Yeah, we'll live together now. Sojiro meant with a truthful, blunt response. Oh, whoa! I see. That was quick. Dating already, huh? Tobimaru tried to laugh off Sojiro all too casual confession, however. Wait, you live together? Are you okay, Tobimaru? Did a spark hit you? No worse, my friend just said the wildest thing I've ever heard. Sojiro protested. Tobimaru's reply was silence. You're joking, are you? One day you're barely interested in girls and the next you're shacked up with one? Timur had always faith that he and Sejiro were an equal match strength-wise, but for some reason he could not shake the feeling that Sejiro was not his superior in the brain department. No, he's right, but don't say that. Sejiro cast a rare, angry glare into Timuru's direction.
こっちこそ聞き捨てならない。
That was awfully rude. What do you mean I'm not interested in girls? Sejiro seemed genuinely angry and his voice was icy. He does not understand what this means. The characteristic level of anger from Sejiro was enough to get Tobimaro to back down. Hey, look, I was out of line. I just assumed a few things. I apologize. But seriously, what do you mean you living with her? This all seem way too fast for you.
別に君が期待
It's
して
not
い
what
る
you
よ
think. I'm just renting a room in your
うの
house.
裏にある部屋
I'm up in an attic, but it reminds me of a mountain cottage, so it's kinda like it. Tobimaro did not bat an eyelid at hearing that Sejiro now lived in an attic and continued his questioning. I mean, we're talking about that mansion, the Kuonji mansion? This is out of the world. What kind of wizard are you to pull that off? Me? Wizard? It's more like Aoko and, you know, the other gal. Huh?
飛び丸こそ
You know the place, Tobimaro? Come on, dude. You're talking to the hair of a Tsukiji throne over here. Of course I know about the mansion where the first daughter of Koonji group lives. She's a sophomore in the Rayan Girl Academy, right?
クオンジ
Koonji... what? Sejiro was looking more confused than ever, so Tobimaro reluctantly explained everything as simply as he could so Sejiro could understand. The Koonji group, well, they're more like a foundation, really. All you need to know is the whole family is loaded and they own and manage various companies together. They're not quite a conglomerate, but they're a big deal in the exports industry, my bad. They used to operate out of England because of their old chairman loved the place, but things went south about 5 years ago, so they moved all their operation back there. Since their son took over, things were rebounded for them, and that's why you see their name plastered around town. They contribute like half the funds required to rebuild our school. Despite the oversimplified explanation, Sejiro still seemed not to be getting it. With that, Tobimaro decided to give up on trying to explain. They're filthy rich, okay? You know that coffee place you work at? The Kuonjis brought that franchise here and now they're a national
つ
chain.
まりすごく偉い
Okay, so they're very rich and important. Weird. I'm still paying them rent. Piss me off. If that's the case, then why is she so frugal all the time? Sejiro mumbled incoherently to himself. Tobimaro looked at him with a complex expression on his face, somewhere between envy and heartfelt sympathy. Whatever the case, you've done a good for yourself, buddy. Tell me the truth though, when a cat and a girl are living under the same roof, only one thing can be happening, am I right? Yeah, the Robins are talking.
案外古いな
That's a surprisingly old-fashioned thought you have here, Tobimaro. Oh, give me a break. What kind of guy is afraid to talk about this kind of stuff?
そりゃごもっとも
I suppose you're right. So the truth is... Those Ujiro and Oko were living together. There were absolutely no chemistry between them. No, this was not to say that living in such close quarters as they did, unintended mishaps did not occur from time to time. But even still,
驚くぐらい
you'd be surprised how nothing like that goes on. The mansion is pretty huge after all. Everyone was often busy with their own affairs, so there was no opportunity for that sort of thing to happen.
そもそもだな
I mean, answer me this. Would you suddenly make advances on Naozaki just because you live under the same roof? Nope, never. Tobimaro nodded intently, as if he was thinking back over his many ex-relationships. Well, this all sounds very wholesome.
健全だろ
Yeah, I feel great. The chair gave no more than a quick affirmation to Tobimaru's despotence murmur. He was doing fine. Oh, you don't understand how tsunderes work. No, I do understand how tsunderes work, but his actions are correct. Besides his physical health, it was surely Sejiro's personality that enabled him... him. Oh... Yeah, it's actually very true. I mean, they're not that tsundere towards him. Except for Oko, but, you know, it stopped happening when he got into the mansion. Besides his physical health, it was surely Sujiro's personality that enabled him to maintain any semblance of peace dealing with both Aoko and Alice while living in that mansion. It is actually crazy that both Aoko and Alice are tsunderes.
でも
Oh, on unrelated note, I'm totally indebted to Ozaki. I'm not sure I can even repay her for what she's done to me. Sujiro's eyes turned slightly serious as he stared into fire. Tomura felt that there was more to those words than Sujiro was letting on. So you owe her big time, huh? Sujiro merely nodded in silence at Tobimaru's inquisitive acknowledgement. Huh, I wonder when they erase Sujiro's memory. What's gonna happen to other people? Are other people still gonna remember, like, is Tobimaru still gonna remember this conversation? He surely should, right? And just then, a strange scream pierced through the shrill, still silence of the wood like a knife. Did you hear that?
ああ木の実だ
Yeah, and it was Kinami. Sejiro had already stood up before he responded. He bolted to the frozen pond. He got burned? He bolted to the frozen pond, broke the ice with his broom, scooped up some of the frigid water in a bucket and threw on the fire in less than 10 seconds. Oh, very responsible. Then he immediately ran off to the depths of the woods from where he heard the scream. They could just relate his memories related to magic. That's true. Everyone followed after him in panic confusion. But why would he think he lives with Aoko and Alice then? Maybe they can figure it out. Tobimaru followed after. Yeah.
飛び丸
Tobimaru,
先に何かあるの
do you know what's down this way? The remains of an old school building should be there. Anything else? Like a pack of wild dogs or bad stuff like that? Huh? No, dude. If anything, it was just some deer. Sorry, heck. Or rabbits or something. Rabbits? And there is nothing to be afraid of. Let's hurry. Perhaps because of his time spent growing up in the mountains, Sujiro quickly sprinted over the slippery dead leaves. Tobimaru was not particularly cautious himself, but nevertheless, he could not keep up with Sujiro in here. Before long, Sujiro found himself running alone. When foliage blocked the natural trail, he would sometimes clear the way by brute force, but just as often he would expertly wade through the brush. It was clear that he was used to dealing with this level of nature. After a few minutes, Sujiro arrived at the clearing. The wall of trees ended. Oh, is this the old building? It still looks usable. It was an obviously man-made clearing here on the mountainside. In the distance, there was what looked like an old wooden school building. It was a small, aesthetically pleasing building, no larger than an elementary school, lost in the depths of a winter wilderness. Yeah, maybe because it's small?
Kinami
Kinami stood alone on the old school grounds. Hey, what you doing here, Shizuki? Her expression came over Sujiro's face as Kinami tilted his head in confusion. That's what I wanna know. And what this scream all about? Huh? What scream? I was just pissed at this dumb kid. Look, here he is. I know he's got some potatoes in him, damn it. Let him run off inside. Kinami pointed resentfully towards the old school building. There was indeed somebody standing in the entrance of a building just over 300 feet to the distance. What the hell is he doing up here anyway? Is this where kids hang out nowadays? Kinami shrugged his shoulders to signal how little he cared what the young children did with their time. This place was deep in the woods, but it was not particularly dangerous. Sujiro had run through the woods to get here, but there was also a paved road leading to the spot from the outside of the woods too. Kinami apparently followed that road to get here. A child? Sujiro squinted. Yeah, he had blonde hair, which kind of freaked me out at first. Foreign kids are scary, man. It was indeed quite rare to see a foreigner in provincial towns such as Misaki. Sujiro had never ever seen a foreigner in person, which made the whole thing even more mysterious. Why did you feel the need to run all the way up here then? Akabane said that stupid kid stole their food, so I was chasing him down and ended up here. Since you're here, let's team up and see if we can catch him.
怖いことを考えるな、木
It's a little menacing, Kinomi. Sujiro could not find it in him to agree with this plan. It seemed unfair to team up against a little
いい
kid.
から帰ろう。
Come on, let's head back. That kid is over there, they're just staring at us. And besides, if the mirror sees us up here slacking off, we're gonna be cleaning the mountain for the whole of the winter break. Sujiro took Kinomi by shoulders and began leading him back to the path he came from. Huh. I wonder what this is about. Kinomi cast one last gaze. Kinomi cast one last gaze at the old school building before reluctantly following. Just then Tobimaru appeared, panting and out of breath. How are you so fast? Oh. He is pretty good. Tobimaru could hardly catch his breath. He arrived about 3 minutes behind Sujiro despite having a good set of lengths on him. So, what's going on? Are you alright, Kinomi? Oh? Yeah, I'm fine. What about you, Your Highness? Kinomi seemed perplexed at Tobimaru's first ever display of concern for him. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You're out here in the middle of nowhere screaming bloody murder. Murder? 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 No way. Murder? And what am I supposed to think? We were worried.
すまない。こっちの早とち
This was my fault. I guess I jumped to conclusions. I probably never heard him do it, but sometimes at work Kinomi had a habit of letting out a weird yell like that. Kinomi looked disappointing and Sujiro nonchalantly shared his insight. This was the first he had ever heard of it. I'm not buying it. You're up to something, aren't you?
ないよ。
Of course not. Come on,
す
Tobimaru.
るぞ、飛び丸。
There's cleaning to be done. Sujiro patted Tobimaru on the shoulder a couple of times and started walking. Tobimaru cast a doubtful glance in his direction as he meandered off. He had a feeling that Sujiro was covering for Kinomi somehow. You didn't set the school building on fire or something, did you?
誰もしない
Of
よ。
course not.
そんなこ
Who
と
would even do that? Sujiro kept walking and did not even look back at Tobimaru as he spoke. Tobimaru and Kinomi tilted their heads in confusion as they reluctantly followed the unusually aggressive Sujiro back to their cleaning spot. Is this aggressive? And so the special winter cleaning team activities ended uneventfully. The time was 3 in the afternoon. Upon departing, Kinomi and his crew invited Sujiro to come hang out with them, but he declined politely due to his job that evening. He had about 2 hours until the shift began. Not quite enough time to do anything fun, but just enough time to have to fit it with something. Sujiro thought about relaxing in a park somewhere, but quickly changed his mind after remembering how cold it was, even in the city. Not to forget that Aoko handed him those pills in the morning. Aoko was absolutely correct in her prediction. Heading back to the mansion now would just be a waste of time. There was no reason for him to return to the mansion until after his shift at work. Still, Sujiro found himself on a walk back anyway. Having grown up deep in the mountains, a little 2-hour walk was really no sweat off his back. Nice. Misaki was one of more quiet residential areas in Misaki City. What? Misaki is the name of the area of the Misaki City? I see. It's called Misaki Quarters, or like Misaki area. Like its area is in the name Misaki. I understand. Okay. Misaki was one of the more quiet residential area of Misaki City. Kinda not a good way to translate it at all, but okay. The only thing that really stood out there was Shiro Inuzuka. It was a hill that led directly into the woods. The silhouette of the mountain served as a backdrop to suburbia, silently overshadowing the small human actions of the people who lived there. Even more a day of technological progress, the people here were always careful to pay reverence to the nature around them. In that mansion were a shrine, it would not be a haunted house, but a famous tourist attraction. Wait, I just realized something. The house around Shiro Inazuka were all magnificent. Tajiro understood as he looked from the bottom of the hill where the rest of the town lived at the roof of the mansion tucked away in the woods. He understood that Mimaru was talking about how the Koenji family who owned the mansion might be the richest people in the town. They really do hate me. Why else would they ask for rent? Exactly, that's what Sorry. That's what I was saying. Come on. Why else would they ask for rent? Sujiro began walking down towards the mansion with such thoughts simmering in his mind. The feeling of his harsh asphalt. And not only they were asking for rent, they were also like, oh, holy shit. Let's fight about how much anybody gonna get the rent. He's finally questioning it. Well, he didn't know that they were rich before. And I kind of question it too. Maybe like they're living here, but nobody sends them money or something. I don't know. Or maybe the money that they are getting are limited amount of money. The feeling of the hard asphalt beneath his feet instead of a soft dirt. Let's consider them rich based on the house. Yeah, but you can kind of like inherit the house, and then they have to have it for some magician reasons. I don't know. I thought they just have the house, especially because house in like bad states, or at least it seemed to be like it's in a bad state. Like there is no people in the house, there is no people tending the garden or anything, so it's just like two of them in this half-abandoned mansion, which does seems rich, but the feeling of a hard asphalt beneath his feet instead of a soft dirt felt lonely and isolating. But my guess is that Alice is trying to be independent from her family. Maybe. Oh yeah, she wanted to be independent and became a fucking landlord. That's crazy. I mean, she's not wrong, but still. He walked along the paved road for 10 minutes or so before reaching the iron fence of the woods. Beyond this fence was a private property of the Koenji family. It was bereft of any awkward, no trespassing signs. The tall, overbearing iron fence was more than enough to remind visitors that they were unwelcomed here. Nice. Tajiro casually pushed the iron gate. Oh, actually, I think, exactly the same gate were, like, not exactly the same, but the structure of the gate were exactly the same in Tsugihime. In the mansion in Tsukihime, which also had a mansion, thanks for asking. And the rich people also lived here. Nobody paid rent though, but they did have maids. Sojiro casually pushed the iron gate. Only 2 days has passed since they reused assets. I doubt it, but maybe. Only 2 days, like more like a reused concept. Would be funny that they reused the same gate asset in Tsukihime remake. I did not read it. I read the original. Only 2 days has passed since the end of the final exams, and he already seemed more than comfortable with the idea of entering this wood alone. The path to the mansion from inside the woods curved and bent like a snake. It took about 15 minutes to reach the mansions on his path. He could have chosen to ignore the long incline and travel in a straight line through the woods, but he would have expended significantly more energy in doing so. No, using the wooden path was a sensible option, barring an emergency. Upon entering the foyer, Sujiro had a conversation coming from the drawing room. It was no doubt Aoko and Alice. Sujiro decided to join them. Nice. Ever since final exam has ended, Aoko and Alice had switched from the daily routine to more irregular schedule. Aoko would disappear into Alice's room in the west wing of the mansion, for a while where she would remain, and Alice would go into Aoko's room, not to be seen again. What are they doing there? Oh, sorry. Or they would vanish into corridors, leading around to the rear of the mansion, doing God knows what. where Sujiro was almost certainly not allowed to enter. Not that he was interested in the way they were doing, in what they were doing, Saoko and Alice did not seem to want to include him either, serving both parties nicely. For the time being, the Konji estate was pretty peaceful.
ただいま。
I'm home. Sujiro quietly opened the door to the drawing room. Even though he tried not to be involved in each other's business, Sujiro made it a habit to greet them. The two girls sat across from him on the sofa. On a table in front of them was a large, extravagantly decorated mirror. Ako had dressed for comfort, wearing jeans instead of her usual skirt. Okay, in stark contrast, Alice was dressed in her usual all black. It's clearly blue, but sure. Even though the break from school was well underway, the witch still insisted on wearing black. As Oko had explained, it's probably because it was too much effort for Alice to wear anything else. Sujiro's thoughts was that he would like to see her wear something different. Oko and Alice seemed to be in the middle of some sort of dispute. The air in the drawing room was tense. They both ignored the greeting. Alice only briefly looked up at him. What about the Togawa point? The pillar is wide, so hopefully it won't be easy to remove. Yeah, the Togawa one is still active, but the Suzuho support next to it was gone, so we can't really be too careful. With each sigil they discover, they get better at finding the others. That makes sense. I guess once they find one, they can easily find the other connections. Really messed up. I should have been more careful. This is going to turn into a weekly battle soon. Weekly? The two continued their heated discussion from opposite sides of a table. Oko neglected to even glance up at Sujiro. Sujiro sensed that she wanted to concentrate on the discussion at hand. It's so strange, though. Setting aside the timing of a puppet at night and how quickly they were able to find our expertly hidden sigil. Whoever it is most definitely has some kind of hideout in the city. But if that's the case, why aren't we directing any abnormalities in the field? The dragnet around Misaki City hasn't broken for nearly 100 years. Oko bit her nails nervously while Alice nodded along. It seemed as though she was wondering the same thing. Even my mother wasn't able to touch the bounded field. The only person capable of getting to Misaki bounded field would have been your grandfather, or even more capable mage. Like your sister, Aoko. Someone excluding that level of magical energy would find it much harder to cover his or her strokes. It could be some kind of unique concealment ward, but I haven't heard anything about any new fairy circles forming these past few years. Where was it? Sherwood Forest? The May King was able to break through a mist, remember? Do you think there is some sort of concealment stronger than that? I'm saying if whoever we're dealing with has skills greater than our own, maybe there are some techniques we aren't aware of. Sorry. Either way, we need to reevaluate things, so we might be under more pressure than we thought. The two fell silent. Sujiro, after some internal deliberation, decided to break the silence.
Yeah, tadaima.
So, I'm home. Naoko finally looked up at him in response to his hesitant declaration. It's fine, Sujiro, but will you please take a bath? You're dirty. No, don't do him like this. I mean, she's right. He was clean, so he should take a bath. And with that, Aoko returned her gaze to the mirror. Alice briefly looked up at Sujiro again before also turning her gaze to the mirror. Perhaps feeling at least somewhat satisfied with his greeting was his knowledge, Sujiro left the drawing room and closed the door behind him. Ako was right, her clothes were a little soiled. It's a waste of water, but I guess I should. What do you mean waste of water? Sujiro returned to his room, thinking that a bath might actually feel pretty nice in this cold weather, despite not really having broken a sweat at all during the day. He climbed the stairs from foyer and up the second flight into the attic. Unlike the other rooms in the mansion, this one had no frills to its decor. It was a little cumbersome to use as a living space, but comfortable enough for Sujiro. Everywhere else in the mansion was a little too gaudy for his taste, like cheese. As far as shelter and a place to sleep went, Sujiro was more than satisfied with his accommodations. There was no electricity in the attic. The only light was that which crept from the small skylight. Waste of water. Oh, he probably doesn't bathe daily. I mean, bus are bus, and showers are showers. So, I'm surprised. Maybe not. Maybe I'm not that surprised. I'm not gonna say it. Now that Sujiro minded, he was more accustomed to living without electricity than living with it. With only the faint winter light to guide him, he readied a change of clothes and towel before heading down to the foyer. Despite the magnificent sight of the mansion, there was only one bath in the whole building. I always forget that both words don't carry the same meaning. Despite the magnificent... Yeah, okay, one bath. Huh? Another particularly large one at that, whoever the architect was, he or she must not have thought a bath to be so important, or perhaps they were not the bath type. Sujiro descended to the foyer and made his way to the back of the stairs. Okay, so they mean there's multiple toilets, but there's only one bath? Right? Not that there's only one, like, washroom. Okay, probably. Sujiro descended to the foyer that made his way to... whatever. He knocked on the door to the bus. As expected, there was no answer from the other side. The only other two occupants of the mansion were still talking in the drawing room. Please, let this scene be normal, please. After confirming it was unoccupied, Sujiro quietly entered the bathroom. Close the door, Sujiro. Okay, yeah, skip through it. Even though Sujiro was not aware of it himself, as was common for him. The only hobby he had acquired since coming down from the mountain was taking a nice relaxing bath. Really? Sujiro had left, but the two girls were still locked in their heated discussion. Needless to say, the topic of their conversation was still that of an outsider mage who had appeared in Misaki last month. This was, after all, the problem that had occurred the third time before this whole situation with Sujiro arose, dealing with and eliminating the interloper who had set his or her sight on their territory. It's normal. All this time we'd been preoccupied by a decoy, no doubt also part of their plan. Then, while we were distracted, they crept in and stole another one. Sigil? The fight against the mage was only just begun. The situation was growing more dire by the day, until only a couple of days ago the enemy had limited themselves to the small skirmishes, but now they had shifted to a full-on offensive. Oko had two major bounded fields used for defense. One, the larger of the two, was placed around Misaki City to detect magical energy and magecraft, and was used to observe and monitor visitors from outside the city, and was initially set up by Azaki's ancestors, the administrators of this territory, and had no way to be removed. The other was set up to energize and manage ley lines from within the territory. The 5 sigils carved into earth made up a standard square-type array, protecting all that lay within its bounds. After some manipulation of the mana flow, the power within was directed to accumulate at the Kuon dimension, that is to say, the bounded field easier to monopolize the magical energy within Misaki City. There were 5 sigils in total, with the Kuonji estate located in the center. If all 5 sigils were forcibly removed, Aoko jurisdiction over this territory would be in a title only. Without the power of the land to back them up, they would be forced to fight back against the invaders on equal ground, with only their own innate abilities to protect them. The only reason Alice and the inexperienced Aoko were able to defend this territory was because of the 2 fields. The dragnet that notified Aozaki of any threats was also her lifeline? But this time their enemy had somehow slipped through the cracks and was running rampant. This was the girls had to face up to.
どちらにせよ時間の問題ね。
Either way, it's just a matter of time at this
視点が
point.
全て潰
Until the sigils are destroyed, this mansion would be our last stronghold of defense.
青子
Are you okay with that, Aoko?
別にいいんじゃない
I mean, what other choice do I have? Like you said, it's only a matter of time before the sigils are destroyed.
そりゃ敵の
Our
アジト
best
を
chance
発
would
見
be
で
to
きる方
find
法
their
だけど
hideout, but it's not
それは絶
exactly
対
a
必要ってわけじゃない
necessity.
でしょ
They can remove the sigils for all I care.
何より
As long as you here in the mansion itself shouldn't be a problem to
あっちの方からやっ
defend.
てきてくれるなら
And if they do, then they're marching to their demise. Own
他に心配
demise.
事なんてないでしょ
What else is there to worry about?
そうね。
Nothing, I
敵が
suppose.
一人だけ
With only a single opponent to deal with, we're better off focusing on the field of the mirrors in the estate and making this mansion our last line of defense. Alice touched the mirror with a table with her pale fingers. The surface of the mirror rippled like water. Nice. The mirror was another projection of Misaki City, separate from Aozaki's bounded field. Miraculously, it was a ploy that existed only to protect Alice Koanji rather than Misaki City itself. It generated a thick fog and acted as an invitation to any visitors, drawing them to its board game like world. Oh, so now you use the symbol accordingly like it should be used, but before you didn't do it. Okay, whatever. Let's refer to it only as the mirror, but it was known to her friends as the Mirror of Slumber. This was a magecraft. She has friends? This was a magecraft that Alice Koanji wielded. Within the rippling surface of a mirror, an image of a castle began to form, and also a lush forest, a field, and a river. Oko stared at the mirror in silence, before suddenly jumping at her feet off the sofa.
そうと決まればあとは
Now that's
行動
all
はあるので
decided, we can get back to actually doing
出
stuff.
かけるわよ
I'm going out, Alice. We can't do anything until we have eyes on the ground. Alice let out a tired sigh in response of Oko's determination, then gave the mirror a gentle caress. The sound of dripping water filled the room. The mirror began to consume the table in a thick fog with a single caress from Alice.
順番に回るのなら
If we're visiting each sigil, we definitely won't be back until morning.
まあまあ
No, we'll be home in no
と
time.
ころでアリス
Alright, I meant to ask you, is this the proper way to do a fire pentagram banishment? Oko traced a shape in the air with her fingers. She mimed the star shape, starting from the top, moving down in the right from their upper left, and so on.
そろそろ壊すこと
It's about time to learn something other than how to break things, Aoko. Alice sat up from the sofa, letting out a heavy sigh. They both took their coats from their hangers and left the drawing room.
失礼ね
Well, excuse me, I guess I need to study some more on top of all the studying I already
この
do.
間のおまじない
Remember
だ
the
って
charm I pulled off just the other day?
おまじない
What charm?
簡単な暗
The
示の
simple
術
mesmerize. You know, the one you taught me. Light and frail, nimble and quick. Tick tock, tick tock, there is no time to waste. That one.
それほん
Are you being serious right now?
ほんともほんと
Huh, I'm serious. You can ask the Jiro later if you don't believe me. I swallowed your words, clearly displeased. She likely stopped herself at time to realize it was not worth the effort to take issue with it.
けど留守中
On the
その彼
topic,
がどうする
what will he do while we are away?
大丈夫でしょ
He'll be blind. I love how they talk about him like he's like a dog or something. A new pet. They're so annoying. He'll be fine. As long as he doesn't try to go into the West Wing or anything like that, there shouldn't be any immediate threats to us. Aka responded hastily as they opened the door to the foyer. As soon as she did... Please, please be normal, please. Just as quickly... This is the first pervy moment, if it's gonna be pervy. Just as quickly as Alice's doubts had gotten stuck in her throat, Alco suddenly froze, unable to speak. What?
ですって
Love the scars on his hands. For a moment, Alco wasn't sure... From the mountains. For a moment, Alco wasn't sure who was standing before her. He actually jumped! Who knew? She could only stare at the glinting rays of sunlight creeping into the room as she reeled from the shock. Her mind was completely blank. It was as if she had just woken up from a nap, or a jack-in-a-box had just opened in her face. Not that weirdo was in, yeah, it could have been way worse. Suju was probably the only person who truly knew how long that dumbfounded silence went on.
あんた
What What the hell are you doing standing here like that? Oko had finally found her voice.
何って着替えてるんだけ
What?
ど。
I'm changing clothes. Please let me look at his scars. Sujuru's response was matter of fact. Yeah, it's like it's like you kind of look stupid. I'm sorry. It's kind of like animal bite scar or you know, if you like ever fall off the hill and you get scratched over the ground, maybe something like this. I like that how it's weird. Sujuru's response was matter of fact. He offered no explanation as to why he was changed in the foyer and not the bathroom. Ask him. Oko was too shocked to read him. The riot act. Sachiro was putting his shirt on after presumably just getting out of the bath. His neck was wrapped in bandages, and he was completely shirtless. We see. His hair was wet, but his skin wasn't glistening from the steam of hot water. He just had washed himself with nothing more than cold water. Though shocked as to why anyone would do such a thing in the cold weather, she let it slide. What the fuck is the Joker doing? The source of his silent uproar was simply his body. Can't you chill? Until now, she's only seen him as a harmless without his clothing to hide him, however. He was more fit than she'd ever imagined. For a rough mountain upbringing, where one's body and strength met survival, perhaps he was even a bit underdeveloped. Ugh. And on top of that,
それ傷跡なの？
and those scars? Akak asked cautiously. Oh, we can see the scars. Sujiro followed her gaze. He had something that looked like a burn scar. Burn scar? Burn scar? Oh, no, but sure. It was random in appearance, nothing like Aoko's magic crest, with its other patterns.
ああ、これか。
Oh, this? A long time ago, I was attacked by a pack of wild dogs, and they bit me. It was a miracle I'm even still alive, so if anything, I'm fond of a scar. Yeah, it does sound like a dog bite. A long time ago, he must be talking about when he was a child. Though his life was saved, it was apparent that he hadn't been able to receive proper treatment deep in the mountains where he lived. Those scars were proof of that. Blurry Aoka face. Considering it had happened so many years ago, it was likely they would never fade. If only for an instant, Aoka thought the wind scars left on his skin suited his lean body perfectly. Aoka, keep yourself together. I know it's not pleasant to look at. I should have just changed in my own room. Why can you change in the bathtub? Sujiro sounded slightly ashamed as he put on his shirt, looking at Aoka standing here in cold silence. The two girls had no response. Sujiro headed to the stairs to go back to his room. Wait a second, Sujiro. Ooh, short sleeve. Sujiro stopped and turned around. So how do I say this? Aka looked away awkwardly, apparently not knowing why she had stopped him herself. Huh? This isn't like you, Ozaki. You're acting strange. Do you get a fever or something? I bet neither of you have got enough sleep since all that, have you? He was of course referring to the final exam. From Tsuchiro's perspective, the amount of work Aoko put in seemed strange.
熱なんてないったら。
Damn, stop thirsting. I don't have a fever. That's not what it's about. I just want to know why the hell you're changing clothes here. Good question. Ako was doing her best to keep up appearances, but for some reason Sujiro was hesitant to say too much more. So, well, it isn't easy to say. But you need to take care of your underwear better. I don't know whose it is though. No, Alice, who had been completely silent behind Aoko, couldn't resist responding to this statement. Although she hadn't wanted to get involved, this was something she couldn't ignore.
ておくけど、それは青子だ。
I must point out it was most definitely Aoko. What the fuck? Alice's response was quick and to the point.
洗濯の当番。
May have been in charge of laundry, but Aoko seemed like she was just holding back and going critical. Anyway, I really have to get dressed or I'm going to be late for work. Sensing that those two were probably about to get into an argument, Sujiro took his chance to leave. And with that, Sujiro briskly left the scene.
アリス、
Alice,
とりあえず
I'll go clean up. Alice calmly walked into the bathroom. A few minutes later, just as the two were about to head out and fulfill their duties as mages, Oko remembered something she wanted to
そうだアリ
ask.
ス、傷ってあれのこと？
Alice, do you think those scars were...
あれは傷跡じゃないわ。
I don't think so.
あんなにも
He
誇らしい
seemed so proud after all. Oko agreed. What had impressed her the most about those scars was how he treated them simply as a part of his past, absent of any regret. Oko wouldn't have gone so far as to say he was proud, but it seemed her instinct had been correct. That and one more thing.
でも一つだけはっきりしたわ。
One thing is clear
そ
though.
れじゃあ、不覚にも見惚れてたのは私
I wasn't the only one who was pleasantly surprised at what I saw, was I, Alice? Oko smiled wryly at Alice, like a child who knew they were doing something they shouldn't with their friend. Alice was trying to ignore her the best she could. She looked away without saying a word. Oko let out a satisfied snicker and began walking towards the front door. Okay.
行こうか。
Let's get going. We should probably start at the park, right?
今回のテ
Since
ーマは
that's
あそこから全
where
て
this all started. She was talking about the local park in Misaki. The place where they had run into the enemy puppets, and of course, love Oko's cute quote. And of course, where their involvement with Sujiro had all begun. Yay, new chapter. Early the next morning. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. Most people were still in their beds, sleeping. Though some 24-hour convenience stores had opened last year, Misaki-town was still very much living in the good old days of the early 80s. Even the tofu shop in the shopping district, known for opening earlier than anywhere else, didn't open until 6. But this was the late 80s. Hold on. Stretch. Nice. But this was the late 80s, during the latter half of Japan's bubble economy. It was a time when metropolitan areas never slept. Those in the countryside, however, remained in the past. The homes were blanketed in silence, the streets were empty of commuters, and not a single automobile could be heard, sir. The sun was just barely peeking over the horizon. The town would still be asleep for at least an hour longer before it began waking up. It was during this time that someone stepped into Kuonji Estate. Sujiro was working the late shift during winter vacation and had just come home. He moved quietly through the drawing room so he wouldn't wake up Oko and Alice, who were presumably still asleep. The Kuonji Estate had a few established rules. One of those rules forbade more Japanese tea. This new rule had only come into effect 3 days prior. It was proposed after Alice saw Sujiro drinking green tea in the kitchen after dinner one night. Okay. Ah.
Oh?
Ah? Looking back on it, the decision had been made rather abruptly. That single gasp of surprise was all Alice said. He grasped her head as if she was battling the most vicious of migraines, called for Oko, and then made the decision to ban all Japanese teas from this mansion. Japanese tea is not that bad, probably. I never tried Japanese tea. By some miracle, Oko managed to negotiate and keep Sujiro's privileges to barely tea during the summer. Barely.
だいたいイ
Barely?
ギリス産だって初めはグリーンティーが主流だったじゃない
Barely? Barely? Even the British only drink green tea at first, you know. Oko had clearly hit the nerve with this argument. Oko stared at Alice, fairly certain why she was so taken aback by Sujiro's action.
そこまで嫌がらな
I
くても
don't get why it's such a big deal. Tea is good no matter what kind it is. Sujiro grumbled to himself while sipping his hot green tea. Damn, the low-scale troublemaking. Nice. He didn't realize that small scale. He didn't realize that Alice was upset because he had poured his green tea into a teacup meant for black tea. Just say it then. In Sujiro's defense, this was the only teacup that Alice was giving him permission to use. At any rate, the early morning was his to enjoy. This was his moment to relax with a Japanese tea set he smuggled in. He didn't use this time to read books or watch TV, he just drank his tea and gazed fondly in the garden, or rather, the dense woods outside. Sujiro simply sat relaxed and let his mind wander. Oh, so it was that. Yup. About an hour passed. Just as he was beginning to feel refreshed, he heard sounds coming from the foyer. He knew it was Hoka and Alice talking, so he rushed to hide his teacup in tea leaves in the kitchen. Hiding the contraband was easy enough considering just how many useless shelves there were in the kitchen. Sujiro was perturbed, oh my god, by how they wasted the potential of such a splendid kitchen. Oh, you're up early, Sujiro. Oko spoke as she took off her white down jacket. Next to her, Alice suddenly took off her black coat. It's blue. No, I just got home, actually. I started working late shifts at the food factory over in Amagihama. Sujiro stuck his head out from the kitchen and gestured that he was about to put on some water to boil. Alice tilted her head slightly at him. It wasn't that she thought his gesturing was funny or anything like that. Amagihama? Alice glanced up at the clock in the drawing room and her expression darkened. What's wrong, Alice? Aka asked this from her comfortable seat on the sofa. Nothing. Alice responded indifferently before finally sitting down as well. Sojiro, just one spoon of sugar, remember? The fuck? Is he asleep? Well, he kinda is. But you shouldn't do that. Come on, Oko. Oko yelled at her matter-of-course request into the kitchen. Sujiro didn't respond, but it was an affirmative silence. This was the result of 2 entire nights worth of cramming that Alice knew nothing about. What about you, Alice? I just have mine with milk. Did you teach Sujiro how to properly make tea? Alice responded out of obligation. Tea with milk. Got it. For some reason, Sujiro dutifully answered Alice's request. Fine, I'll get sick of his voice if he replied every time anyway. Anyway, isn't it pretty rare for you? Isn't it pretty rare for you to be drinking tea from a tea bag? Alice, this really needs an editor. I'm just tired today. I thought it might as well. It seemed... Oh no, they just told him not to ever make leaf tea, okay. It seemed she had allowed herself to accept another kindness, at least for today. If you say so. More importantly, Sujiro! Did you say something weird earlier? Oh, I don't think so. Oh? I could have sworn you said something. The two were conversing over a distance of 4 yards. Alice decided to add her opinion on the conversation. I didn't think a day has ever gone by when he hasn't said something weird, to be honest. Her quiet tone was luckily just low enough that Sujiro couldn't hear her from the kitchen. I agree, but seriously, wasn't he talking kind of strangely just now? I don't exactly know how to describe it. True, the conversation itself was normal, but something did seem off about what he was saying. Food factory? Oka became gradually more irritated as she failed to grasp what had been odd about the conversation. Just then Sujiro appeared holding a tray with a teacup for each of them. What are you guys talking about? I literally just started a new part-time job, that's all. He put the cups down on the black table without making even the slightest sound. Alice couldn't complain about how proper his job as a waiter had made him. While she didn't say anything out loud, she did nod in his direction to show some gratitude. Aoko, however... Amagihama was it? There's a huge stadium over there that I want to go sometimes, when a band I like is on tour. Oh yeah, she does like bands. Remember that? The student council president, as a postmodel student, loved rock bands. Ako was secretly obsessed with a number of bands that used to travel way out of town just to see them perform live when she was in middle school. Of course, this was a world that Sujiro was far from familiar I'm losing
そんなに働いてどうする気なのよ、操縦
everything. Concentration. I'm getting too tired. It's okay though. It's okay. We can do 20 more minutes. Hopefully finish this chapter. Anyway, I can't believe you've started yet another part-time job. What are you trying to accomplish working this hard, Sujiro?
あ
You were listening. Well, I have to work more because there's a couple of people in my life who like to take all my money from me for every little thing you can imagine. This was as much resistance as Sujiro was able to give. Oko lifted her teacup to her mouth as if she was completely oblivious to Sujiro's monologue.
それは大変ね
Sounds rough. Alice said this as she set her teacup down quietly. There were some things she just did not understand. Oko had to hold back her laughter as she looked at Alice and Sujiro. I should have known better than to say anything. Sujiro's shoulders fell as he said this. He took a sip of his black tea, still unsure about the taste.
まあアルバイトが多いって
As long as you know I'm working a lot, I guess that's
そういっ
fine.
たわけだから
So that means
休み
I'll
中は
also be
夜も留守にする
away at night during winter vacation. I'll have to take those pills at work though.
ああ、それなら心配いらないわ
Don't worry about this, I'm done with those.
いちいち作るのも面倒
They were
だ
a
し
pain to make, and I found something more suitable for you anyway. Aga had a huge ominous grin on her face. She put her hand into her jacket pocket and pulled out a little paper bag. It was a small circular object, about 20 inches in diameter, wrapped up nicely like a present.
これは入居祝い
Here's a little something to celebrate you moving in here. I want you to wear it from now on, Sujiro. Sujiro opened the paper bag. Inside was a white belt. But it wasn't a belt for putting around your waist. Or keep your pants up. Uh-oh. To put it as clearly as possible, it was a collar.
青子
Alice's expression darkened at this turn of events, but it wasn't clear whether it was her friend's insidiousness or sympathy for Sujiro that concerned her.
どう気に入った
So, what do you think? Aka was clearly a little crazy. At least she wasn't totally serious. It was obvious that it was at least half a prank to just see how Sujiro would react. But Sujiro was someone considering the collar he had just been gifted. No!
意味はつかみかねるけど
I'm not exactly sure what this means, but it's the first time anyone has given me something like, no! He's too pure! He actually sounded like this would be a happy memory for him. No! Alice narrowed her eyes at what was transpiring.
けどこれは何に使うんだ
But what exactly am I supposed to use this for?
簡単よ
It's simple. It's like the golden headband in a journey to the west. We can't had to wear it. Thank you, Wikipedia article. We can't had to wear it as if he stepped out of line. No, this you wear around your neck like a dog collar. Why is she like this? Sujiro grimaced when he finally understood Aoko's mean-spirited gift. He really wanted to ask her what kind of person comes up with such an evil idea.
つまり秘密をばらしたり逆ら
So
ったり
basically, if I divulge any secret or disobey you, then the collar will choke me. Is that
や
right?
っぱり熱でもあるんじゃ
Are
ない
you
の
sure
青崎は
you're feeling well, Aosaki?
あら首輪は
Oh, do you not like it? I tried to pick out what I thought would suit you best. Aogo-san still had an evil grin on her face. But Sujiro had surprising response to this gift that Aoko had clearly gotten as a prank.
それもそうか
Hmm.
毎日毒を飲むよりはマシだ
I
し
guess you're right. I mean, it's better than taking poison every day, and the belt itself looks well made. I actually like it. Thank you, Aozaki. Don't get flustered now, Aoko. What the fuck? He spoke 1% truthfully. Aoko's face confronted in disbelief, and she could only mumble if he was serious.
人の行為はど
I'm
んなもの
happy
だ
about
って嬉しい
any act of
それに
kindness, even more so when it's from you, Aozaki. And with that, Sujiro put the belt around his neck. He placed it over the bandages already
こんな
here.
感じかな
I guess it works. It's a little tight, but I'm sure I'll get used to it. What are we doing? To be honest, when I think of three teenagers living together under one roof, this is exactly what I expect to be going on in there. Despite his words to the contrary, Sujiro tucked his belt uncomfortably and adjusted it. It was such a perverse scene that even Aogo's face was red as a beet, even though this had all been his idea. Perhaps it was because it gave her such a clear reminder of the scar she had seen the day before.
よし止め方はこれでいいのか
Holy shit. This is crazy. Okay, is it on right? Alice started wailing in the scene. Oko retreated guiltily as Sejiro came closer to her to check the fit of his collar. Holy shit, can we chill? If you don't say anything, how will I know if it fits right? It's okay, I'll just ask Alice. No, Alice is here. Sejiro shifted his gaze from Aoko to Alice. Alice stared intently at Sejiro wearing his new collar and said,
ロックね
Punk rock.
Aoko.
Aoko, stop trying to dress him how you want him to look. Okay. This is pretty good. She could not have put it any more bluntly.
いややか
Shut up! That's not what I was trying to do!
もういいとにかくそういう
Whoa,
ことよ
what was she trying to do
これから
then?
はその首を
Just ignore her from now on. That color will replace the spells I was giving you. Don't go divulging any of our secrets. Aoko was oddly empathetic as she spoke before stomping off towards the hallway.
それとこれか
I'm
ら
going to take a nap until lunch. If you wake me up for any stupid reason, I will murder you. Thank you. Aoko slammed the door behind her as she left the drawing room. Oh, my voice. Sejiro stared in amazement.
なんで青崎は
I will never understand why she gets so mad like this all of a sudden. He murmured to himself, forgetting that Alice was standing right here in front of him.
千月君には悪意が通じ
I
ない
assume it's
から
because your ill intent doesn't seem to get through you. You don't worry about it if I were you.
悪意って
Ill
いい
intent?
ものが
What? Just now? Alice looked up at Sejiro's innocent response. There was a glimmer in her eyes that showed surprise at your current actions.
何でもないから
It's nothing. Don't worry about it. It was that terse reply. She returned to her usual expressionless self. There was no use explaining Naoko's feelings. Aoko bought that color for the sole purpose of annoying Sejiro and causing mischief. When things didn't turn out how she planned, her conscience got the better of her. Sejiro mistakenly thought that Aoko was angry at him, when in reality she was only angry at herself. Again the sentence. Alice didn't bother telling Sejiro all these heartwarming details though. Not because there was too much work, just because she was never one to have meaningless conversations. This was how she has been raised.
千月君はこれからどう
So,
するの
what do you plan for the rest of the day, Shizuki? Alice suddenly changed the topic. Sejiro thought for a while before replying.
夕方までゆっくり
I'm
する
just going to relax until the evening.
心忙しす
I've
ぎた
been too busy
せっ
recently.
かくだから
I want to watch some TV shows since
お昼に
we
は青崎を起こさない
have
と
to
いけない
wake
から
up Ozaki at lunchtime, right?
そう
Right.
なら静かにして
Just keep it quiet then. Alice let out a gentle sigh and rose to her feet. Just keep it quiet. Sejiro would understand exactly what she meant by those words in just a few minutes. Hmm? Yep, it's in there. Nice. The sun shining through the window was bright. It was just about 9 o'clock, about time for the morning television program to get going. Sejiro was sitting on the sofa, staring at the window at the scene outside. The view from the neighboring sunroom showed a country yard. No more water. Hold on. The view from neighboring sunroom showed a courtyard in a state of despair. Sejiro could appreciate the outdoors in both its natural wild state and when tamed by human hands.
あれは近いうちになん
I
とか
really need to
せ
do
ね
something about that sometime soon. Damn, Sejiro really is like housing. Sejiro muttered to himself, turning another page in his textbook. On the table before him was a mathematics textbook and a notebook with Aoko's name on it. Ooh, nice eraser. Although at the first glance... Wait, is this a product placement? Although at the first glance he appeared to be a diligent student studying on his day off, he was in truth only doing so as a compromise. He was giving up on his main intent of watching the morning television shows. The reason why he gave up was simple. He was being considerate to Alice, who sat in front of him with her nose buried in book. Instead of holding herself up in her room, she brought out her old dusty book to read. Books. This is what she meant when she had said to keep quiet, Sujiro found it difficult to turn on the TV.
とりあえず
I guess I won't be watching TV for a while. With this decided, Sujiro resigned himself to reviewing some of the practice problem he's gotten wrong. In the drawing room, for some reason, there wasn't any particular purpose in doing it here, but he also had no real reason to study back up his room. And so there he was, leisurely highlighting his textbook with Alice here in the same room. To Sujiro, there really was no difference between his room in the attic and the drawing room with Alice. To be fair, he could probably live with the tiger as long as he didn't cause any trouble. That was both Sujiro's biggest strength and biggest weakness. Before he knew it, the clock was showing 11. He'd spent 2 hours doing his math problems, but wasn't even halfway finished. More than that, he was disappointed in himself for lacking the courage to speak up at all.
比べて
In comparison, Aosaki is really working hard. He dropped his mechanical pencil onto the notebook and watched it roll away. He knew that Aoko and Alice were busy with something since final exams had ended. He also knew that she had hardly gotten any sleep recently. If she had been able to ignore him during exams, she probably would have had an easier time. Today's nap was probably the first proper sleep Aoko had gotten in days. No, she showed no signs of exhaustion despite the fact that she must have hit peak long ago. She always seemed raring to go. It wasn't that she was trying to act tough. It was just the kind of person she was, always positive, always tough as nails. And that was exactly why she came off as completely irrational at times. But if that was the case, you could probably describe Alice in exactly the same way. Sujiro couldn't help but feel a bit inadequate when he saw their single-minded focus on their goals. He'd been so preoccupied with adjusting to his new life that he'd neglected to think about what he was going to do with himself after. I'm really interested in how Sujiro got here at all. Like, why couldn't he continue living in the mountains? Like, he didn't receive any educations from the very beginning, so why now? Why now he's going to high school? And what happened to his parents, maybe? How was he living? What type of lifestyle he was having? Really interested. Thinking about this cast a gloomy cloud over his heart. He felt like he'd never find a clear purpose in life like Aoko and Alice seemed to have. At least not since he left the mountains. His old life was gone now, never to return. It was like a kite cut from the string. Also, his scars on his neck. Did he really try to kill himself? Oh, I missed the first chapter, so I assume they explained it already. Nope. There is quite a lot of stuff they didn't really talk about. Alice's family said some stuff today. Probably something else that I'm forgetting. He was like kite from his string, decided to fly only where the winds took it. And without anything to ground him, he couldn't do anything about the empty future that lay ahead. He could only let himself fly where the current took him, slowly losing sight of the ground below.
そうだな
There are all the conveniences you could ask for here, but nothing he truly desired. The town was full of options, but he could find nothing. He'd ask himself the same questions time and time again. I like that he actually genuinely questions himself. This is nice. It never made him feel any better. If anything, it only made him feel worse and worse. That, or maybe he felt that lamenting his own ineptitude would lead to finding some kind of goal or desire someday. Tired of his own sniveling, Sujiro dejectedly closed his notebook. When he looked up, he saw his own face reflected back at him at the TV screen. His new collar was there around his neck, looking as out of place as ever. Perhaps a fool like him, who felt weak when faced with other strength, did need to wear a collar after all.
全くだ
This is silly. I shouldn't worry about it until I'm actually an adult. He shook off his thoughts of doom and gloom and sat up straight. Shaking himself up a bit, he stood up from the sofa.
よし何か作るけど
I'm gonna make some food. You want anything, Alice? Sujiro asked casually. While Sujiro had been doing his own thing, he had remained mindful of Alice. Alice looked up, surprised at hearing her name. She had completely forgotten Sujiro was even there.
私
Me?
あ
Yeah, you.
アリス
You only had some tea in the morning. If I'm going to be cooking, I might as well cook for everyone. Without waiting for her to reply, Sujiro headed off to the kitchen while putting on his apron. Ooh. Alice tried to wave at him to stop, but by then he'd already disappeared into the kitchen. She was hesitant to walk all the way in there just to tell him she didn't need anything, and besides, she was actually hungry. Sujiro's proposal made sense and her empty stomach agreed. Alice was hungry and Sujiro was going to make lunch. Making lunch for both of them would have saved the time and trouble of cooking 2 separate meals. There was no logical reason for Alice to refuse his gesture. She decided to stay quiet and tactically accept his offer.
変な人。
He's so strange. She whispered the words softly, not for anyone in particular to hear, but herself. Yeah, they shouldn't be asking him to pay rent. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. The truth was, however, especially because he forced to stay here, it's so annoying. Alice had been in a bad mood all morning. Dude helps in his own way. After checking all signs around Misaki City and boarding the first train back to Tsukawa, all she wanted to do was spend the rest of her day reading until the words turned into a jumble. Oh, I get it, Alice, I get it. The iron resolve to complete this task would not be interrupted by someone else milling about in the drawing room. This was her mansion, and there was no way she was going to lock herself up in her room in a court of Sujiro. Based, however, with that said, she knew it would be wrong to kick Sujiro out for no real reason. As it stood, Sujiro had actually kept quiet, like she'd asked. He wasn't in the wrong here. If Alice had really wanted to be alone, she should have gone to her room.
静かにして。
I should have told him to leave me alone instead of just telling him to be quiet. Alice was defiantly stayed in the drawing room despite realizing the dilemma she put herself in. She's such a loser, I love her. She had figured Sujiro would eventually make a ruckus and run off to hide in his attic room. Her assumption could not have been more wrong. Sujiro never left the drawing room. Moreover, she was actually stopped caring that he was there. Though he hadn't paid her any attention, he hadn't ignored her either. They had simply sat in silence together without any awkwardness. Alice felt the freedom of being alone with the comfort of someone being by her side. To put it into words, Sujiro was just that kind of person. That was probably the only reason Alice had been able to sleep so soundly. I'm enjoying the writing in the parts that we read today. It was alright. I enjoyed what we're reading now. I enjoyed the bird part, and that they actually used that part and not just info dumped on me. Anything else? No. This is probably the only... I enjoyed when Sujiro and Alice talk. No, I did not enjoy it because of a weird translation. I enjoyed this part. This is probably the only reason Alice had been able to sleep so soundly with him there next to her. Sujiro continued cooking in the kitchen, oblivious to the thoughts that went through Alice's head. She couldn't see him from the drawing room, but she could easily imagine him cooking in the kitchen. He really is strange. Alice resumed reading after unwittingly stating her feelings out loud a second time. The sunlight beaming into the drawing room showed that it was noon. The sunlight actually looked warm despite it being a cloudy winter day. No snow? Well, it's Japan. Just as noon struck, Sujiro returned to the drawing room with 2 sets of plates. Some food of indescribable color was piled on the large cream-colored plates.
これは
This is... She hadn't expected much, and since she also hadn't requested anything, she could have just refused it if it was something she didn't want. But this food left her at a loss for words despite psyching herself up.
これは
What
何
is this? I love how she said it. これは何? Okay, he's weird, but it also applies to her. Yeah, they're all strange. Alice spoke as though she was terrified. Probably the best adjusted person in this dynamic is Aoko. Alice spoke as though she was terrified of what had been placed before her. Just put some stuff on top of stir-fried udon noodles. Was it really that bad? She really hates it? If Aoko had been here, she probably would have punched him. But Sujiro just confidently placed the two large plates on the table. I mean, I don't understand if it's really that bad. I see some seaweed. I hardly see noodles. An egg, maybe? I don't know. Steam billowed from the mountain of food like an angry volcano ready to erupt at any moment. The thick mystery sauce flowed over the plates as magma might from said eruption, and below it all were seemingly infinite number of slimy tentacle-like noodles. There was really nothing more to say about it. This was clearly the food of a poor, struggling student who favored quantity over quality. No, all that was requested was a basic recipe, the will to cook something, and that few ingredients were needed. The pile of stir-fried noodles with sauce slathered on top was so horrifically bad it was almost an art form. Come on, it couldn't be that bad. So mean. I do get why he wouldn't be able to cook. That makes sense. I think she's just not used to this kind of food. Maybe. Yeah, she has like a sophisticated taste and all that. Maybe she couldn't try it and like it. This was a bachelor's cooking if she ever seen it. Manslope, as they call it. There was really nothing else you could call it. I really want me to describe the ingredients inside. I see like onions, some greens. God knows what it is. She had wondered what he was doing for an hour in there, and it turned out he had been making the sauce. No sauce would have been fine, but Sujiro had wholeheartedly gone an extra mile. Sujiro bowed his head slightly and picked up his chopsticks. He had bought a fork for Alice. She picked up the fork and struck it into noodles, how drowning in sauce. Sujiro began eating, not seeming to care that Alice sat here looking like she was about to eat poison. That's revenge for when Alice tried to poison Sujiro. Seeming to view this as a challenge, Alice furrowed her brow and slowly brought the massive noodles to her mouth. See, Alice, that's what friends are for, you know, expanding your horizons and stuff. It was a little salty and ugly to look at, but it didn't taste all that bad. If anything, it was actually pretty good. See? So, I want to ask you something. See? Yes. At least taste before complaining. Yes. Drama. So, I want to ask you something. Sujiro put down his chopsticks and turned to speak to Alice. Be honest with me. Major not. Ozaki hasn't actually taken alive yet, was she? Alice looked up quietly at the sudden question. Nice eating topic, Sujiro. He should be inspecting Sujiro's meal, but now she looked straight at him. That's a rather odd question, Shizuki. I know, I had to ask you, but it's just not something you feel comfortable asking Ozaki directly. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to. Alice didn't respond. Sujiro resumed eating, not seeming disappointed. Alice stared blankly at him, slurping his noodles. After much hesitation, she replied, No. Just like you said, Ayako hasn't killed anyone yet. She has been involved in that sort of thing multiple times though. Alice's response was slow and measured. Sujiro still looked troubled. But not at the conversation they were having. Rather, he looked apologetic towards Alice. He had said she didn't have to answer if she didn't want to, but Alice kept talking despite the face he was making. The day you saw us in the park was the first time Ayako had ever killed anything. It was just a puppet though. Sujiro silently nodded. Alice narrowed her eyes at him suspiciously. It almost seemed like he knew all of this from the beginning. No. Well, maybe? She says stuff like that sometimes, but it's never felt like she ever actually killed anyone before. But more than that, I guess the best evidence is the fact that she's still alive? Sujiro chuckled at Alice's stellar response. Exactly. Things would have been more clear-cut the night if Ayako had actually killed someone before. Sujiro would have been dead before he even saw her face. For better or for worse, Oko remained inexperienced in spite of her ruthlessness and decisiveness. Sujiro relaxed his shoulders. His stern face gradually returned to his normal, carefree state. Then,
でもそんなことは関
but
係ない
even so, none of that really matters. That's just the way she is. She acts with reason and uses her knowledge to make up for any
たやすく補ってしまう
inexperience she might have.
そうね
Shizuki, I think if she really felt like it, she could take another person's life, as you put it. And with that, Alice went back to twirling noodles around her fork. She looked like she's having fun, Sujiro thought as she ruminated over what she just said. She was rational enough to accept herself despite acting against society's morals, and possessed all of the intellect that exceeded even the confidence gained through experience. Had Elko been raised to utilize her logic and reason to forge reality from fiction? If that was the case, then perhaps they really were different from Sujiro.
こんなことを聞いたの
I'm sorry.
青崎には内
Can you
緒に
please
してい
not
た
tell Ozaki would I ask you this? Sujiro seemed serious, as if he really regretted asking. Alice's expression remained unchanged, but she had never intended to say anything to Alko anyway.
ありがとう
You say that, and then all of you been blabbing about Sujiro's secret to Alko. Thank you. I'm not sure why, but it seemed to have a lot of secret conversations with you. Do we see a faint blush on Alice's face? Sujiro went back to eating his food. Now Alice had still only had a single bite. He was already scrubbing his clean.
そういえば青崎にも聞いたんだけど
I already asked Kawasaki this, but do the two of you always get along like that? Sujiro had suddenly decided to change the topic of conversation. His new topic was rather cold and dry relationship between Aoko and Alice. Aoko said their relationship was normal, but maybe Alice had a different opinion.
会話が少ないことを言
If
っ
you're
てい
talking
るのは
about how we rarely talk to each other, that's just what happens. It's convenient. It isn't something that bothers us. I also really like how in different parts of a story focuses on different dynamics between characters. Like in the beginning it was Sujiro and Aoko, and after the whole magical battle bullshit, they kind of started to talk more like Aoko. This session of reading, we kind of going all in Alice and Sujiro relationship, which is pretty nice. And we have also Alice and Aoko here and there as a treat, as a little seasoning of writing here and there. It's nice. I like this. I like that we're doing this. Alice was still twirling noodles with her fork as she gave her concise answer. Around and around the noodles went, but none made it to her mouth.
不便じゃない
Just eat it. What do you mean, it's convenient? Do you mean your friends?
私と青子の仲が良
Would it
く
make
ない
things difficult for you if we didn't get along? Sujiro swallowed his words at Alice's perplexed reply. It would actually, but he wasn't sure how to respond when asked so directly.
いやなんかこっちの考え
No,
方が
maybe I'm just thinking about this in the wrong way. I promise I won't bring it up again, so just forget I asked.
それより
More importantly, Alice. Sujiro gave Alice a piercing stare that was more intense than any time they talked before. Alice was taken slightly aback at the unusually intense look in his eyes. Are you gonna eat this? His face became slightly flushed out of nervousness. Your face? Oh yeah, she does blush. She's so cute. Sorry, nobody besides Aoko had ever stared at her like this before. No experience with boys. Whether or not he noticed, Sujiro waited a few moments before speaking slowly and with complete conviction.
それ食べないなら欲しいんだ
If you're not gonna eat this, do you mind I have it? Yes, he said it. An awkward silence followed.
悪いけど
Sorry, this is mine.
私の
Nice.
だから
I like that she did not give it to him. Shizuki had cooked it, sure, but Alice wasn't wrong. He had made it for her after all. There was a slight tinge of anger in your voice, but even she wasn't sure why it was there.
そうだね
You're right.
少し
Sorry.
汚かった
I shouldn't have asked. Sujiro plopped himself down on the sofa. This must have looked particularly pathetic to Alice since she responded
そ
with,
の材料はもう残ってないの
Are there any ingredients left to cook some more? She quickly covered her mouth. Apparently she had surprised even herself. It was quite unusual for her to ask something like that.
残ってないよ
I used everything and made some for Ozaki as well. Sejuro stared a bit regretfully at Alice's plate as she responded. Alice could have just let it go, but for some reason she felt the need to speak up
青
again.
子なら
But
眠っているけど
Aoko's still sleeping.
いや
Yeah, but I'm gonna wake her up soon, and she have told me to make her something anyway.
ともうすぐ
Speaking of which, it's almost 1 o'clock. I'll go and wake her up now.
青子は起こしたら殺す
Didn't you say you should kill you if you woke her up? Alice wasn't sure if Sejuro was willing to take such a risk. Sejuro agreed, but started working anyway.
でもさ
Maybe so, but I feel like if I don't wake her up now, she's going to end up killing me later anyways. His words were surprisingly affectionate. Leaving Alice with only that, Sejuro headed to Oko's room. Alice watched him leave in silence before taking another bite of his stir-fried noodles. Glancing at the door to the hallway to make sure nobody was coming, she took another bite. She repeated this process many times before finishing her food. It was then when she heard the Oko's wrath coming from the second floor. Alice stood up and began solemnly clearing the table, feeling a bit sorry for that Sejuro was dealing with. She knew she didn't really have to, but she felt like it was the least she could do for him. She'd never really expected to feel this way. But he'd cooked for her, and it was surprisingly good, almost enough to make her forget how bad he was at making tea. Yay! Oh, it was the end of a chapter! Oh, how convenient! Yay! We're done. Nice! I didn't know it's gonna be the end. This was genuinely like the best chapter that we read. It was really good. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much for watching and chatting today. I had fun. See you next time. Maybe. Maybe not. It's okay. Bye bye.